let's get everything set up. Checking audio stuff as usual. This is a very quiet song. This probably isn't the best thing to... Hold on, let me change the song. Something a little louder. Yeah, okay. How's the audio sound? Am I too loud? Is the music too loud? Is the inverse of either of those statements true? Let me know so I can fix it. Hope everybody is doing well today. Seeing a lot more people waiting for this than usual. It's cool to see. I'm good? Excellent, excellent. That is what I want to see. Let's go back to the initial music. There we go. Just some nice chill vibes to get everything set up. Gonna be perfectly honest, I'm kind of scared of this episode. Between how I submit things of just prioritizing people that have had their first submissions as well as membership submissions, there's a lot of long ones today. This might be the longest stream. And I don't know if I have the energy for that, so this is going to be interesting. So we got a lot of Pikmin submissions this time. We have 3 on the same concept, so that's going to be interesting. Will we do a rapid fire of all the Olimar Smash moves or spread them out? You will see. You will see. I have a plan. Sure to drink lots of water. Yeah, it helps for a time, but there is only so much narrating you can do back to back before you start getting tired. Because, like, it uses a lot of the same, like, breathing muscles, for lack of a better way of putting it, that, like, running does. So, your body starts to overcompensate by just filling your throat with saliva, so it gets very hard to narrate after a very long time. So I swear I got a submission, it's just taking a while to work on with. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. No one should ever feel any pressure to do stuff like that. Don't you fret. Okay. Well, let's get things started off proper. So, for our first submission today, we have, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4 people that haven't submitted to the series before. And to start off, we have our newcomer, Starolu, I think? Who is bringing Nero for Smash Brothers. Before I start this at all, before I start this, I'm gonna actually remember to share this in the chat. And I believe I saw Starolu in the chat. I am slightly overriding your requests for songs. I've just grabbed the instrumental versions of the main DMC songs because there's no way I can talk over the very heavy lyrics of those songs. Anyway, so Super Smash Brothers, right? I don't think I need to go into much detail about this series and just seeing all these iconic video game characters come together to, well, settle it in Smash. Everyone has characters they want to see and have even thought of their own movesets for, and I'm no different myself, so I'd like to share my moveset idea for a certain young and rebellious demon hunter that has become one of my personal favorites of all time. And from series, that's been one of my personal favorites, circa last year of 2022. Devil May Cry. God, that's such a good title screen. Like, top 10 minimum, if not just the best one. Indeed, I'll be taking a look at Mr. Deadweight, don't tell him I called him that, himself, Nero. But before I can get into what Nero could bring to Smash, I'll have to answer two simple questions. Those being, who is Nero? Nero is a young devil hunter who was revealed to be the father of the stoic half-demon Virgil, also making Nero the nephew of the main character of the entire Devil May Cry series, the flamboyant, legendary devil hunter with a devil-may-care attitude to boot, Dante. There are a few ways to describe Nero's overall character. In fact, I'll let the producer of DMC4 himself explain them. Characteristically wild, quite immature, young, and very passionate. Kind of a rebel. Basically, to those two, he's much more emotionally intelligent. God, this music's still so loud. That's what I get for covering a DMC idea. He also likes to do some taunting and bad-mouthing to his enemies and showing also he's got a sailor's mouth to boot. And he'll be showcasing those attitudes and more in Smash Brothers. Except for the story, though. Remember, Smash Brothers is for good boys and girls only. Why am I covering Nero specifically? Well, Nero is neither my favorite character in all of DMC or even the character from the series I want to see it make it into Smash first. Hi, Dante. But I still love the character and story of Nero and his gameplay in 5, and wanted to brainstorm how his playstyle could be implemented in Smash. Also, there's plenty of other movesets for Dante and Virgil, all of which are well made, and I can't think of any unique ideas for them that wouldn't feel derivative. Starting off with the more simple stuff, like what would Nero's stats be, I imagine he'd be in the middleweight class similar to someone like Joker, though would have a slightly slower dash speed than him. Nero would also be able to double jump, would be able to wall jump, and deal above average damage. For how he'd look, his default look would of course be his look in DMC5, with his look in DMC4 as an alternate costume. Alrighty. Gimmicks! Now, for anyone who's played DMC4 and 5, you'll know that Nero has a sword that he can perform combos with called the Red Queen. And that in those games, there's a system called Exceed, where you can rev up the grip in the Red Queen like a motorcycle, causing it to spew flames all over the blade, and can even increase its attacks. So how would I handle this in Smash? Well, I would make it so that his side special would be Nero stabbing Red Queen on the ground and repeatedly pressing B, which he would start revving it up, and like in the games themselves, there would be 3 gauges that would be shown next to / behind his icon. But in the reverse position of how it is in DMC5, both because I think it would look cool for Smash and for visual clarity. Interestingly, it's the side special, not the down special. I'll have to see what the down special is that overrides this, because this feels like what that would be. Now, unlike in the games, you can't move while revving up Red Queen, so it's best to get yourself in a safe enough position to pull this off. But to compensate for this change, the EX gauge will fill just slightly more compared to the games. Now, what does this have to do with the basic attacks? Well, all of the attacks assigned to the A button, such as the tilts, except the down tilt, jab, his dash, and aerials will involve Nero using the Red Queen, except for the smash attacks, and when at least one EX gauge is full, his attack will be boosted by the flames surrounding the Red Queen, and come out faster. So it's a kind of build-up character to increase his damage and speed. Okay, now the attacks themselves will consume levels of the EX gauge, along with some other attacks, but not only require more than one level of the EX gauge to deal the best possible damage. We'll also have some more effects besides dealing more damage. Okay, so the higher the gauge is, the more stuff is added onto the attacks. The more powerful EX versions will give Nero some major end lag while they are finished being performed, which will make him vulnerable to any attacks. For balancing purposes, even if you don't hit anything when pulling off the EX boosted attacks, the EX gauge will still be consumed. I do like the idea of this here. I believe me and Pierre talked about it when we were discussing Bayonetta, that you really want heavily combo-based characters in these sorts of action games to have really, really powerful but really heavy end lag finishing moves for their combos. Climaxes, as we put it there. Alright, let's get to the actual moves. Jab's a simple 3-hit combo, okay. Tilts. Forward tilt is a simple downward slash, okay. Up tilt will perform his high roller action. An arcane slash without the power of Nero jumping into the air like he does in DMC 4 and 5. Similar to Battle's up tilt. Okay. This is the first of the attacks that will require all of the EX gauge. If you made it to level 3, then High Roller become EX High Roller, in which the AoE becomes bigger, which would be a good way to deal with some opponents above Nero. Okay, got a nice visualization right here. Hold on a second, I'm gonna double check real quick. I'm not seeing, maybe this will be explained later, but I'm not seeing what triggers the use of the meter, or if it's just, like, automatic. I'd be curious about that. Something to keep in mind as we keep going. Downward tilt is just a low kick and sweep, sure. Dash attack will have him perform the streak action, in which Nero does a rush attack and then incoming opponents. We've got that here, as well as the EX version that's more... Gosh, the animations in Devil May Cry are so cool. It's a longer windup, an increased range, and additional attack. Okay. Neutral air is a 360 spin slash. Yeah, pretty common for sword wielders in the air. Forward and back will both be mid-air slashes forward and behind him. Sure, like he's got a sword. That's how you do it. Up will perform another overhead arcane slash, this time in the mid-air, and down will perform the split action, which he'll perform a descending stab, like the one we've seen here, whereas the EX version is more of the second half of Pyra's up special, just dive to the ground and stab for a giant explosion. Got another gimmick for the smash attacks, okay. His Devilbringer arm ripped off by his deadbeat dad. Thanks to the associate and expert craftsman Nico, she used her crafting skills to create 8 cybernetic arms, each with their own unique functions meant to replace Nero's Devilbringer. Now, for how this mechanic would translate to Smash, all 8 Devilbringer attacks from DMC5 will be relegated to the forward, up, and down smash, and with each function different. Oh, I bet this is why the down special is different, because that's how you change... Yeah, right there. Down specials for... Okay. You will always start a match with the Overture Breaker, while the rest of the 3 Devil Breakers will be randomly selected. Now, in DMC5, Devil Breakers are described as being quite delicate and can even break in the game. This mechanic will be implemented in Smash in 3 ways. One would be that if Nero takes enough damage in battle, not quite sure what the percentage would be, but maybe around 90 to 100. Another way to implement this mechanic would be if Nero was charging his smash attack, but it got hit by a strong enough attack from the opponent. And his current equipped Devil Breaker would be destroyed right there. My last way of implementing this mechanic would be to make Nero's down special him detonating his currently equipped Devil Breaker like he does in DMC5 to create a small explosion that would deal average damage to any opponent that just gets close enough. So it's kind of a combo breaker almost. That's what it seems to me. Just, yeah, I'll sacrifice my resource to be able to just use a get-off-me tool. Okay, I like that. This down special would both be used to both... The down special would be used to both act as a way for a Nero player to switch to whatever their desired Devil Breaker would also be, and would also be a good get-off-me tool if they are feeling overwhelmed. I'm sure there's people wondering what would happen if Nero were to run out of any Devil Breakers. Well, let me explain. If Nero were to lose, say, 2 of his Devil Breakers, 2 more would spawn on a random part of the stage. So it's not a limited resource, it's more just, if you have an arm that you like using, you'll want to keep it, whereas if you don't like the one that you ride around on as a rocket, then you want to break that and try to get another one. However, like in DMC5, if an opponent were to get too close to the scattered Devil Breakers, they would get destroyed, so a Nero player does have to make sure they get to the Devil Breakers first before their opponent does. I'll add to this, that would be a fun way of further incentivizing trying to work with what you've got by making the Devil Breakers actual items that your opponent could use. Because item play in Smash Bros. Can be so scary, and just having to risk randomly giving your opponent an insanely powerful tool like that would be a good way of incentivizing the Nero to try to make do with what he's got, you know? Okay. Oh gosh, we're gonna have... Oh no, these are just. I was afraid for a second we were gonna have heavy explanations for every single one of the arms, but this is more just pictures. So the overture is the electric one, just a big electronic blast in whatever direction. Got the forward smash there, up smash there, and down smash there. We got the Gerbera? Something like that. More of a shockwave. They're weaker than the electric burst, however it also comes with the strongest knockback of any other Devil Breaker. Down smash specifically will actually send Nero either up forward in a straight line, forward left or forward right, depending on where... Ooh, that's fun! So you can kind of launch yourself to continue a combo with these. Nice. I always love custom artwork, that's so fun. So forward, up, and down. We got the punchline. Has him perform a strong uppercut. Down smash will have Nero fire out the Devil Breaker on the ground and spin around him, dealing some multiple average damage to any opponents that get too close. And the forward smash will have him fire off the punchline, like anyone with a cybernetic arm should do, and when it makes contact with the opponent, it starts flying around them, dealing small and flinching damage. I love this arm so much, it just flies around and continuously punches them in the face. It's so fun. The effects of the forward smash are obviously temporary. Once fired off, the Devil Breaker will be treated as a projectile, so it's possible for opponents to reflect the fist right back at Nero, which will cause him to be dealt with those same small flinching damage. So forward, up, and down. We got the Helter Skelter, which is the drill arm. Has him thrust the drill and dealing about above average damage to any opponents getting too close. The down smash will have Nero pierce the drill breaker to the ground, letting it spin himself around, and will let Nero perform a spinning kick to his opponent. That's a fun. It's a fun mental image. Forward smash will have Nero thrust it forward to deal multiple hitting attacks. This is kind of the Corrin chainsaw, one of the arms. Got forward smash there, up smash there, and down smash there. Oh, I love that. Tomboy. This would be rather unique, as once this Devil Breaker gets equipped, Red Queen would also be supercharged, like when it would be boosted by Exceed, making the attack stronger. However, it also makes it hard for Nero to control the sword, so to showcase it, his attack will be stronger, but will move noticeably slower. Okay. Nero puts both his hands in the Spanish when we're using Tomboy, supercharged attacks. Oh, okay, so this actually changes his normals, other than having some special thing with... Well, almost more of a stance for this particular arm. Definitely a lot of work. But still, cool. Lose his ability to use his up, forward, back, and down. Really? Okay. And his neutral elbows, instead of being wildly swinging around the supercharged Red Queen. I guess that's a way to get around how much extra work it is to essentially create a second set of animations by just making it so he doesn't have a good solid chunk of those animations. And the smash attacks will just be giant sword attacks with this move. Okay, I'm following. We have the Buster Arm. Shortest range, but great damage. So this is the get up close and personal. Big punches. High damage. Alright. The forward smash will swing the Devil Breaker in front of him multiple times, dealing small flinching damage. So this is the whip, right? Yeah. Just floating around, similar to Byleth in the Belmonts. Higher range while sacrificing damage. Okay. And last but not least, the Ragtime. This is the most unique out of the bunch, as instead of dealing damage, the smash attacks involve this Devil Breaker will have Nero fire a sphere forward, up, and down. That will temporarily slow down to... Oh, that's fine. Okay. So just a little projectile that creates that kind of Bayonetta Witch Time effect, but only if you get caught by the projectile. They don't last long, and they can't be spammed. Okay, so small cooldowns, but super powerful abilities if you can actually catch them with them. Okay, fun for fun. Forward, up, and down. As you can see, these Devil Breakers will provide Nero a variety of ways to handle foes, whether it be simple, strong damage, small flinching damage, etc., all while dealing some of those stylish combos. Okay, grabs. Make use of his 2 special arms again at the end of DMC5 to yank the opponent towards him. So the, like, spectral wing thingamabobber. That's a fun way of including those. Range of his grab would have one of the best ranges, so they'll actually send the arms forward to grab, similar to the other tether grabs in the game. And the throws are just using the spectral arms to just beat the shit out of people and throw them, toss them aside. Okay. Now, specials. For his neutral special, he wields a gun. This one called the Blue Rose. He'll fire a shot from Blue Rose, and he'll keep shooting if you keep tapping the B button. It would be similar to Falco's Blaster Special, where the shot from the Blue Rose fires at a bit of a slower rate, but causes hit stun. If you were to hold the left stick forward or backward while matching the beach matching the beach button? What the hell did I just say? While mashing the B button. Then Nero would start to walk in those directions, but he wouldn't be able to turn around, leaving him vulnerable to an attack from behind. That's a nice way of differentiating him from other characters with projectile gun weapons. Now, if you were to hold the B button, then a quick animation will play of Nero loading up the Blue Rose with some special bullets, with the gun itself starting to glow with blue demonic energy afterwards. Half charge will be indicated by a faint but still visible glow. So half charge, it fires off 3 shots at once, that while stronger, the normal shot also moves slower, but at its full charge, it will instead fire off a single powerful shot that will send flows flying. Basically have the same power and function as Sephiroth's fully charged Giga... okay? Giga Flare is very powerful. Both the mid-charge and fully charged shot would have some end lag, which would leave Nero vulnerable. And if you were in the air while using the... I think Giga Flare is a bit much. The only reason that Giga Flare's special is balanced is because he loses the charge. For something like this, where the gun is like glowing and you're able to fire it off whenever, being able to fire that off mid-combo, I think that needs to be toned down just a little bit. Like, say a 15% heavily damaging shot, that'd still be pretty good for something like this. I'm assuming this is the Giga Flare shot. Nero? Nero, shoot. Thank you. Okay. So it's just a short range blast. Maybe... You know what would be a funny way of balancing that? Like, let him hold the charge, but if he doesn't use it within, like, 5 seconds, it blows up on himself. I think the damage would still need to be toned down a little bit, but that you could get away with a much stronger attack there if it's also damaging to Nero. I don't know, I know. Just an idea. Up special will utilize his spectral arms again, as we'll thrust one of them high in the air as you would expect, as it's have the recovery similar to Byleth. That's true. Remember when everybody thought that 5th character would be Dante, something DMC, and it was just Byleth? That kind of hurt. I still remember that. If you were to land this special on an opponent, then Nero will grab the opponent with both of the spectral arms to deliver a pile drive attack to them. Okay, fun. Oh, so it can also be like one of those suicidal specials. Oh, that's fun. I love those so much. So it's a tether actual command grab instead of this weird disjointed spiky thing. Alright, side special, that gets this EX gauge. I'm still not clear on what causes the EX gauge to function. Starolu, I know you're in the chat. Could you... Is it the kind of thing where just, okay, you have gauge, it's automatic? Or is there some other, like, input thing going on there? Just out of curiosity, So if you use the side special when you're fully charged, taking the inspiration from what you can do in DMC5 with the Helter Skelter Devil Breaker, where Nero will perform a corkscrew drill dash with Red Queen, of course with flames spewing from it, to deal very strong damage to any foes it comes in contact with, and also comes with some good range. You cannot steer it like Meta Knight's Drill Rush, so it's just a straightforward, well, this thing right here. God, the animations are just, look how detailed that is, it's so good! I want to play DMC5 again. And consumes all of the levels that you have built up when you use it. Okay, makes sense. Final Smash turns into Devil Trigger, because of course it does. Uses arms to grab his opponent and swing them into the air, in which Nero does, in his Devil Trigger state, deals a multitude of slash attacks from both Red Queen and the Spectral Arms. The Final Smash will end with Nero launching the opponent onto the ground, and he'll return to his human form. God, can we just appreciate this design for a second? Turning his cloak into actual wing arms that will sprout off and punch people, that's such a cool design flourish. As well as for extra stuff, mentioned in the beginning, default will be 5, with 4 being the alternate costume. We have color, no screenshots. So, colors, we got... First alternate in 5 will be his EX color from the same game. You have references to Credo or Kyrie. His alternate for DMC4 will be his X color from 4, in which Nero's jacket has the bright blue scheme of his father. Second color for his default will be just change his jacket black and his tattered shirts to reference V. 4 will have his coat turned purple. And the last will change his jacket yellow, his undershirt white to reference Nero. Final one will also reference Nero, specifically your EX color in which Nero's coat and undershirt will turn to a green color scheme. Okay, so nice variety of colors. Can't stand it when you get things like Sonic, when it just changes the color of the things, of his little bands on his wrist, and just ever so slightly turns them a different shade of blue. Gotta have variety with the costumes, you know? Got his up taunt here, just crosses his arms and says, come on. I love how DMC actively encourages you to taunt foes mid-combo. It's so fun. For his side, he'll put his hand forward while holding the blue rose in a beckoning gesture while shouting, I'll take you on. Take you down. And if he's against multiple opponents, he'll start point a few times while saying, let's see, which one wants to play? Very fun. The final one will be the EX provocation as in DMC5, where hip-hop music will start to play and Nero starts dancing to it. Of course, to be shortened by his face. No, don't shorten it. Let that play as long as it can. That'd be hilarious. And we got victory animations, throwing bullets into the air and catching them with the blue rose while pointing at the camera. That's fun. Second victory animation will be playing air guitar. And the final one will have him waiting in front of the van. Nice. So yeah, that's the idea I shared. That's it. I shared my ideas for Nero and Smash. I hope you folks enjoyed it reading. You folks reading this enjoyed this. And I'm not used to this kind of thing, so here's a picture. I got signed by Johnny Youngbosh. That's cool. You actually got to meet the voice actor? Very nice. And then just some credits here. Okay. I was kind of feeling like it was a little simple at first, just very basic sorts wipes, but it's clear why that's the case when you get a little later and just see the sheer amount of variety with all of the different Devil Breakers. Like, I know that people are so tired of just sword characters in general. But it is an easy weapon to allow for just other themes and stuff to exist alongside it. And I think this is a great example of that in motion. Still am a little... Let me quickly read this one more time. So yeah, I'm just going to assume that this is an automatic kind of deal, because I don't see any way to trigger it. So having a meter that you can't... Like, you have to use it whenever you use your abilities. I guess that's a fair way of balancing it out. Just kind of limiting the various combo paths you can use, because if you could just pick and choose when you're using the super powerful attacks, that could get a little crazy. But still, I like all the ideas on display here, especially when it comes to the Devil Breakers. I think that really lets this moveset shine. With that just kind of a react on the fly to what you get sort of deal. Like, if you start really falling behind and people keep breaking your Devil Breakers, you're just gonna be like, okay, what? That one spawned over there, I can get to that one first. Okay, what's this one? Oh, gosh, it's the... It's the... Where's the name of this goddamn... It's the punchline. Okay, I can make this work. I can make this work. And that kind of think-on-the-fly sort of playstyles for just fighting game characters in general is something I always appreciate. It's a really good showcase of skill if people can master that sort of thing. Shows really good game knowledge compared to the... I don't want to talk bad about it, but I always find that sort of creativity more engaging than just the... Let's memorize this combo. Okay, I hit you with a thing, now you're dead because I know all the inputs. That's just not as fun to watch. Stuff like this, where people have to be creative, that's the best kind of play styles in fighting games, in my personal opinion. But yeah, this was a lot of fun, Starolu. Thank you for sharing. Next up, we have quite the intriguing idea. Something I've never really seen suggested at all when it comes to Smash Brothers. Another newcomer to the Peasant's Perspective series, LJ, has an idea. Let me copy this into the chat real quick. Nope, not that one. That's coming up. For both Luigi and Yoshi, two veterans of the series, combining them together to make them a single... Oh, god damn it. I didn't actually click the thing. Spoilers, you've seen how I organize my ideas. It's really not that complicated. But yeah, just taking two established veterans and fusing them together into a single fighter. What makes a great Smash Brothers fighter? By my definition, that would be one who is able to not only perfectly establish, though as well transcend, who the character in question is and can be. You can see this demonstrated in some of Smash Bros.'s best, such as in Captain Falcon's exaggerated hype, Marth's thoughtful elegance, or Steve's goofy ingenuity. Establishing this game design philosophy, let's discuss Luigi. A character who sort of accomplishes this goal. He's currently akin to a weirder, more grappling-based variant of his brother Mario, which fits him well, but not fully. His timid nature alongside his unbreakable loyalty are completely neglected in this portrayal in order to highlight his unconventional feel. This culminates in a character who represents one extremified idea and always feels like he's missing something. Yoshi's another character who also displays himself decently, though doesn't quite hit any marks. Their design feels like a very safe adaptation. Moveset includes a good amount of references and captures the movement of who they are, though the simple approach isn't quite able to capture the species' kindness and imaginative wonder that makes the character so popular. Yoshi's a goofy, cute, frog-dinosaur hybrid and only seems to capture part of these ideas. So we have two characters who not only happen to originate from the same universe, though both are very friendly characters in the source material. They don't seem to represent said aspect very well in Smash Brothers. Two characters who could very well be paired together to represent themselves better. And this is where my moveset idea comes in. Introducing the Luigi and Yoshi Hour. The basic concept I bring to here today is this. In a hypothetical Smash Bros. Game, Luigi and Yoshi are both reworked into a singular duo fighter. Luigi rides atop Yoshi as the two use the unstoppable power of friendship to beat out the crowd. 1 second. Thanks for the kind words, Gregory O. Oh yeah, sure, if anybody wants to use my ideas for anything, please do so. I always love to see, like, things that I've had a hand in creating come to life in some way. So yeah, if you want to try to use some of those to flesh out a Rivals of Aether character, go for it. Sounds fun. Maneuver feel first. In terms of athleticism, I imagine Luigi and Yoshi would feel similarly to a slower version to how Yoshi currently is. Their jump height and running speed will receive a small nerf in the rework, though returning their flutter jump, armor, and crawl. Additionally, the two would be given a normal shield, with Yoshi ducking and Luigi defending, albeit with a petrified look on his face. Interesting. During situations where Luigi and Yoshi are separated, Luigi will teleport back into Yoshi as soon as the attack that caused this concludes. Okay. Neutral attack is Luigi throwing out 2 punches, followed by Yoshi headbutting forwards. Side tilt will have Yoshi slightly swing their tongue out. Interesting! I've never seen someone suggest actually using Yoshi's tongue as, like, part of his normal attacks. That's hilarious. The up tilt has Luigi swing his head in an arc, not unlike his current up smash in terms of animations. Down tilt, again, just using it as a literal poking tool. That's kind of funny. We've seen characters using tails as swords, but now I've never heard of tongue swords before. Dash attack would have Yoshi roll forwards while Luigi tries to balance on top. Fun. Kind of like how, kind of a Donkey Kong rolling on a metal barrel kind of deal from DKC1. Luigi could be knocked off Yoshi during this move and will count towards damage. Interesting. Okay, I'm curious how that comes into play. How the actual separation. Get into aerials. Yoshi spins around while Luigi holds out his arms. For the neutral, forward air would have Yoshi swing Luigi in front. This was a pass. Wait, what do you mean have Yoshi swing Luigi? Does he just grab him in his mouth and swing him like a baseball? Oh, I wish there was a picture. Because I'm just picturing, like, a dog that's got something in their mouth. Like, just a dog with a stick that's just swinging it around violently. And that's kind of funny. Up arrow is an arch slap above him. And Yoshi's back and down arrows would be repurposed here. Okay. Yeah, those are both good moves. I'd agree with that. Smash attacks. Forward smash would involve Luigi throwing his cap outwards before Yoshi catches it with her tongue. This would be a multi-hit attack. Huh. Interesting. The tongue deals more knockback than Luigi's cap. That's a very interesting... Okay, I'm kind of feeling it. Some other multi-hit smash attacks, both steps would play out no matter what. The up smash referenced the squat power jump from Mario Bros. 2. Luigi and Yoshi squat down to charge. While Luigi springs upwards, his peak height depending on how long the move was charged for. Yoshi, preparing to catch Luigi, could move around slightly while Luigi's airborne, a la how Steve can move while mining and is vulnerable to knockback. And during his descent, Luigi would go through passable platforms but will face plant onto the floor if Yoshi is not there to catch him. And then the down smash is referencing the shockwave abilities that yellow Yoshis have in Super Mario World. Yoshi would slightly hop upwards before stomping back onto the ground, creating a small shockwave that can deal minor damage. Yoshi would be a stronger hitbox, while also have stronger... So, okay, so it's a down smash, you know, sort of down smash kind of deal. Like K-Rool, kind of Ridley's, where you jump up and can avoid attacks while doing so. Okay. Get up attacks where you use Yoshi's. So the edge get up would have Luigi dive forwards. Alright. Yeah, these are really creative. But, like, they still fit, right? That's really impressive. This is taking the... I think no disrespect to the design of the series, but I feel like Smash Brothers will often rely a little too heavily on just a character's basic, like, body structure. One of the most obvious ones for that is Mewtwo, just half his moves involving the tail. But this is actually taking some creativity and not using the easier option to have some really creative, fun moves, and I really appreciate that. Grabs, initial would have tether-like qualities. It would involve Luigi quickly activating his flashlight, stunning anyone caught in the light. If anyone was stunned, Yoshi would grab... Like, see, this is so... Because by getting rid of the grab... Well, by having the tongue used in other moves, it makes it so that you don't want to have it in the actual grab. So it turns this into this really wacky, just... stun gun grab, which I kind of love this. Forward throw, Luigi would lean over and bash and shoulder bash the opponent. Backwards would start Luigi picking up the opponent, and Yoshi would spin around twice, with Luigi throwing after the second rotation. The up throw would have Luigi toss the opponents with both arms, and for the down throw, Yoshi swipes at the opponent with their tail. Okay. Neutral special is Egg Toss. Okay. Same thing as... But is it the same as the current Egg Toss? Oh, Luigi throws it. Okay. If you simply press the button, Luigi throws the egg directly in front of himself. The egg flies fast and has decent impact, though it breaks upon hitting any surface. But if you hold it down, you can start aiming the egg. This is like the #1 thing. If I could change one thing about about Yoshi's design, like, why can't he aim the eggs? Like, come on! That's how it's worked in every single game he's had the ability to do so! And if it's thrown like this, it has one new property. If it hits an inanimate surface, shields, reflectors, or basically anything, it'll gain a white glow, ricochet off the surface, and start to move faster. If it's a surface again... Oh, we've got ricochet. I love ricochet abilities so much. That's so good. And to prevent it from being spammed, they only have 3 eggs that can hold at once, with those slowly regenerating over time. That's a nice way of bouncing out the projectile. I kind of love this. Side special will be named Yoshi Bike, as you can assume based on the title. It involves Yoshi transforming into a motorcycle of the same name from Mario Kart 8. Okay. Have similar control to other vehicles, though the player will be able to jump without cancelling the move. Turns are smooth, impact damage is minimal, and the bike is slightly faster than Wario's. Luigi is noticeably nervous while controlling the bike, although he can still manage. That is, until a smidge of time later. If the player is able to stay on the bike for long enough, Luigi will eventually lose his grip and fall off. The bike will consequently start wheeling, resulting in it becoming incredibly hard to control. Turns are significantly delayed, the bike's speed surpasses even the fastest of characters on the roster, and hitting any sort of wall culminates in a crash that reverts Yoshi to their original state, stunning them in the process. However, the impact damage caused when driving into entities is far stronger in this state, being enough to KO at smaller percents. Moving past Luigi will result in him grabbing onto the bike and reverting it to previous controls, although the hapless player will try to run and jump away. As well, the player can come to a halt in this space by pressing an attack button, although this will act as a brake and leave the bike vulnerable to attacks until all the acceleration has dwindled and Yoshi can safely return to normal. So interestingly, Yoshi seems to be like the primary control character, and every so often Luigi, you just kind of lose Luigi, and you have to get him back. Which is kind of... I wonder if you can outright lose him altogether, or after... I'll talk more about this at the end. Because I might have the question answered in like the down special or something. Uppies. Oh, that's charming. Yoshi Blimp would have Yoshi inflate, and as Luigi lies atop during his activation, slowly rise. He's just flying off on a balloon. Look how happy he is. So Luigi can use egg toss in the move. Interesting. However, if provoked in this state or the attack button is pressed, Yoshi will deflate and quickly freefall downwards. So it's a very utility-based recovery, but if you get hit, you just die. Interesting. And then down special is just the current neutral special. Just now remapped to the down special. Okay. Only difference is that now it would give a slight boost to the egg toss recharge progress if an entity is swallowed, assuming Luigi and Yoshi were missing an egg. For Luigi and Yoshi's idle animations, one could involve Luigi putting an index finger to his face, as Yoshi opens his mouth to yawn while going down tippy toes. The other could be Luigi nervously looking behind himself and adjusting his cap, with Yoshi turning slightly after him in curiosity. Luigi and Yoshi's up taunt could be them flashing between 5 different poses. That middle one. Luigi, Yoshi, you gotta help me, man! I'm so scared, man! I don't know what this voice is! The second one's great, too, just the role reversal. Side taunt would take a page from Yoshi's current side taunt, where Yoshi runs in 2 circles, after which Yoshi would appear dizzy. And down would be Yoshi giving Yoshi a pet on the nose as Yoshi looks up and smiles. Victory thing would be a cover of the 1,000-Year Door Victory Fan. That's a fun grab there. And then for victory animations, their first could start with the camera angles as if it were a 2D Mario game. The show would commence with Luigi and Yoshi quickly running on screen. Yoshi would pass by a checkpoint gate and skid to come to a stop, the two posing to end the routine. Now there could be a reference to one of Luigi's current victory animations. They'd stand with their backs to the camera, nod to each other, and they both do the bang bang pose. That's great! And the last one's just them resting. That's adorable. Got some great... Is that the Mario Party 2 outfit? He's got a cowboy hat. That's great. How does Smash Brothers not add like actual costumes to their real characters? Sorry, that's rude to me, but still, like just simple changes like that are so cute. I also suggest being able to pick their colors individually, which is a very fun idea. Hey, you've reached the end of this document. Thanks for taking the time to listen. I've had this fighter concept for only a little bit of time. It originates from me brainstorming how I'd optimize a character roster for a potential Smash Bros. Reboot. Perhaps I'll share some more ideas from the roster I envision someday. Who knows? Pixel art was drawn by LJ. Nice. And aside from the obvious Mario inspirations, this moveset was heavily inspired by Gustavo and Brick from Pizza Tower. Those two are another platforming duo comprised of an innocent little dude riding on a silly steed. If you haven't played their origin game and have an unreserved $20, give it a shot. Special shout out goes out to me! Wow! Thank you so much! This is so creative! The best part is, it's both so creative and something that I would never think about otherwise. But, like, it kind of works really well. I say it all the time when discussing, like, Diddy and Dixie, that the best way to showcase a character's personality is to give them another character to just kind of let their personality bounce off of. And this kind of buddy system really works well for Yoshi and Luigi. Even if they weren't, like, combined in a future game, I would love for some form of further roster interactivity in future Smash games. Like, say hypothetically that all the Mario characters get like a level 1 super, where they just summon a Yoshi and use it as a special mount. Like, something akin to this would be really fun. Doesn't mean that Yoshi couldn't be a character, but it allowed the characters to actually... to show off the character bonds that we've grown up our whole lives just absolutely adoring. I think my only real... not criticism, but just blank space here is I'm confused how Luigi gets back to Yoshi. I know it said that Luigi will simply teleport back onto Yoshi, but there's a lot of attacks here that would have Luigi teleporting along. You know what? You know what would be an easy way of fixing that? Make it so that if, like, Yoshi gets knocked out of the bike or out of the up special, it's not a teleport, but Luigi just quickly returns to Yoshi using the multiplayer bubble kind of deal from the new Super Mario Bros. Games, where you, like, if you fall off the screen, you can just bubble and slowly drift back towards your ally. That'd be an easy way of doing that. Apart from that, was there a Final Smash? I don't think there was a Final Smash. What would be a good Final Smash for a moveset like this? Anybody have any ideas? Let's do some live brainstorming here. Because, like, an easy one would just be to kind of build off the transformations and just bring the Dragon Yoshi back with Luigi riding on top. But you'd kind of want something that highlights both of them in this case. Is there anything that both Luigi and Yoshi are known for together, aside from both being green? Dreamy Yoshi and Helicopter Luigi? Yeah, I'd want something a little more well-known. Luigi ran into the stage with Helicopter Yoshi. Perhaps something a little less self-destructive? Superstar? Yeah, basic Superstar could work. You can have, like, a fun... like, everybody knows the whole Brawl in the Family, Breathe Your Fire, that has Mario grabbing Bowser by the tail and swinging him around as Bowser breathes fire. You could have, like, a friendly version of that with Yoshi and Luigi. Or maybe just have both of them work together, like a tag team attack. I don't know. There's a lot of ideas there. But yeah, what a fun idea. Thank you, LJ, for sharing this. This was delightful. Okay. So next up, fun fact, is actually the 100th submission to these little live streams we've been doing for the past year. We have done 100 of these. That's so crazy to me. And thankfully, for such a milestone, we had a very funny situation happen here. So give me a second. I need to take a bit of extra time to get this set up. So one of my favorite things to see when making these sorts of characters, just character ideas, is seeing how people compare them to each other. So, this is going to be kind of bizarre. But for this submission, we actually have 3 submissions. Because 3 people brought ideas for Olimar. And I think for this 100th submission, it would be absolutely hilarious if we cover all 3 simultaneously. Okay, so, for people watching, this first one with the white background, this is by Gorgonzales. This is their first time appearing on this series. Second one, here, is by Sketchman. And then third is by Gabe the Paper. So dark green is Gabe the Paper, light green is Sketchman. So just keep all that in mind. EC gets it. Love how the character from Concept 100 originated from the game concept where you play as like 100 entities. Okay. So, we're going to start with Gorgonzales. I want to go over why I love the Pikmin games. Oh, let me share all 3 of these real quick. So this first one is Gorgonzales. Second one is Sketchman. And third one is Gabe the Paper. Okay. So I think the way we'll handle this is that we'll take each part of their movesets in chunks. So like do each person's overview first and then go through the various moves just to see who picked what. I just think that'd be a fascinating way of seeing the different ways you can cover the same topic. So from Gorgonzales, I want to go over why I love the Pikmin games, where Olimar and Smash falls short in comparison to his home series, and what changes I'll make to address these issues. The issues with Olimar and Smash can be summed up in a few categories, ranging from his core gameplay to his aesthetics, area control, Pikmin preservation, and animation readability. Pikmin is a very area control oriented game. As you explore, you're opening up new paths, clearing paths of enemies, and managing Pikmin as they carry your spoils across the terrain you've traversed. Not to mention the dispersing of Pikmin groups across the map to perform many tasks at once. Does Olimar's moveset in Smash Bros. Reflect those delegation and area control practices often seen in Pikmin? Well, it gets the delegation part, but that could be improved upon. And one could argue that area control is kind of there with his Pikmin throwing, but overall, Olimar does not have area control in the form that I personally think would best suit a Pikmin character. I firmly believe that the reason for this is that Smash lacks a crucial feature that the Pikmin games have, and that's the ability to dismiss Pikmin. When I say dismissal, I'm referring not only to the literal dismissal action that makes Pikmin stand still, but also leaving Pikmin to work on tasks autonomously. I'm going to present a case for why Olimar giving Olimar a dismissal ability can open up many more options for the Olimar player and make for a more expressive moveset. Pikmin preservation is a bigger issue in Smash. In Pikmin losses have an immediate impact in that you have less firepower and must put in effort to not only rebuild your squad, but work with your smaller army. In Smash Bros., however, you can sling these creatures around recklessly until they inevitably eat a projectile and die. At which point you can recover from the literal frame you press B. This does not feel fitting for a character that's supposed to be a representative of his home games. For a series so focused on trying to preserve your squad, whether it's calling them back when a creature is about to attack, or making sure you've rounded everyone up before sundown, having the Pikmin be this disposable in Smash Bros. Is flat out backwards. Sure, Pikmin die all the time in their games, it's just a natural part of the series, but you have to earn back lost units, instead of having them handed to you for free. The properties of Olimar's current special move just says it all. Pikmin Order, the move designed to save Pikmin, is slower than Pikmin Pluck, the move used to create new Pikmin. Now I want to address Olimar's character in Smash, or lack thereof. For those unaware, Olimar is an intelligent but well-rounded everyman in the Pikmin series. He's got a family, works a humble delivery job, and writes extensively about his encounters on the Pikmin's home planet in his frequent journal entries and video logs. It's easy to empathize with him, and he's one of Nintendo's best-written protagonists. So Olimar has, at the very least, a character to him. And now that we've established that, let's look at his Smash iteration. Such character. Such poise. Such grace. Unchanging. Unfeeling. I saw someone once say that Olimar in Smash Bros. Is Olimar after the Pikmin have taken him over, and I kinda love that. There's something being conveyed here, but it's not Olimar. He can't move his mouth or eyes, not even slightly. He doesn't have his voice either. It feels like a superficial interpretation of Olimar, with his animations being based on his appearances as a funny-looking spaceman, rather than who he is as a character. None of his actual personality is conveyed here, just sluggish, lethargic movements that don't coalesce into a greater whole. These animations would honestly be befitting more of Louis than Olimar, since he tends to be the actual inept guy in the Pikmin series. I want to overhaul a lot of Olimar's animations to make him emote more and feel more true to his character in the Pikmin series. This means that Alf is not an alternate skin in my moveset, as I want to focus entirely on Olimar acting like himself, instead of a designated conglomerate Pikmin series representative. Representative. The moveset rework that I'm proposing will provide incentives to keep Pikmin alive, rather than dispose of them like they're all expendable. It also involves Olimar himself doing more of the damage for a handful of attacks that previously required Pikmin to pull off. As an Olimar player, you're going to want to think about your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, and choose your Pikmin squad accordingly. Place Pikmin on the stage to limit your opponent's options and exert pressure. Okay, I think, so we're starting to get into Gorgonzalez's actual reworks here. Let's see how the other two have approached the topic. So, going over to Sketchman. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. Olimar's design in Smash sucks. And here's why. There's no capability for multitasking or area control. There's no real strategy to playing Olimar. Olimar comes across as an inhuman tyrant, as he uses the Pikmin as vegetarian meat shields to fight his opponents. Vegetarian meat shields. I don't know why that really got me. That's kind of great. There is no real reason to preserve Pikmin when you have an endless supply at your disposal, and the list goes on. Overall, the general issue is that Olimar's current moveset fails to represent what the Pikmin series is about. And I know this is a very difficult moveset to make. It took a very long time to think of something that I end up being happy with, but I think I might just know how to fix this character. So right off the bat, we already have presentational differences. Gorgonzalez gives a really heartfelt, in-depth look at what they feel Pikmin is missing, whereas Sketchman just got the bait being like, nope, this is wrong, and this is wrong, let's fix this. And then from Gabe the Paper, gives a bit of an intro about, just talking about prior concepts. I'm going to skip over this because it has nothing to do with Olimar. Olimar reflowered. What's wrong with Olimar? Oh boy. Where to begin? First, Olimar is a likable character with surprisingly a lot to him. He's intelligent, he's adventurous, he's a family man, he's a treasure enthusiast, and he takes his role as a Pikmin leader very seriously. And absolutely none of this is showcased in Smash. Instead, Smash Olimar's a lifeless, emotionless shell that uses Pikmin as sacrificial pawns. But that's just scratching the surface. A very important part of fighting game design is the animation of the characters, because it gives the move impact and makes it clear enough for the opponent to react. Well-animated characters quickly jump to a big wind-up, anticipation, move into a firm, readable attack pose, exaggeration, and finally go through a cooldown before entering their default stance, follow-through. Masahiro Sakurai himself has made his own video explaining this. So how on earth did this get approved? This offends me. And his Pikmin are too small and usually airborne to do any work for him. His smash attacks, grabs, and arguably his side special are all like this. Olimar is not just a failure in terms of fighting game design, he's a failure in terms of the 12 principles of animation. So how would I fix him? Well, unlike Feral Corn, I don't need to make him up his personality because he already has one. His moveset, on the other hand, that's where I'm going to have fun. The overall goal will be to emphasize his care for his plant army and intelligence. Time to use the power of imagination. So again, same character, but completely different presentation styles. Actually going into the objectively terrible animation design of Olimar that just makes him a bad fighting game design because you can't quite tell what he's doing. Alright, intros aside, how did they begin their reworks? Gorgonzolas believes the moveset requires incentives to keep Pikmin alive, rather than dispose of them, as if they're all expendable. As an Olimar player, you're going to want to think your strengths and weaknesses through, and choose your Pikmin squad accordingly. Place Pikmin on the stage to limit your opponent's options and exert pressure. So, going for a Trapper archetype here. Stage control, trapping capabilities, versatility of different Pikmin lineups, an increased amount of non-Pikmin attacks to allow for greater solo survivability. Weaknesses, however, light and slow, because, duh. Loses access to stuff without Pikmin, and a high learning curve. All stats are identical to Smash Ultimate except for airspeed, which is slightly buffed. Let's talk about the Pikmin as a mechanic first. Here's what I'm proposing. 4 on the field, instead of 3. An updated UI, like so, showcasing how the Pikmin are doing. The icon starts big and will gradually decrease in size, with the biggest one being your current Pikmin. Also, oh, they're health wheels! Oh! I was trying to look at these like, why are these stamina wheels here? But no, they're actual Pikmin. You can actually see how durable your Pikmin are. That's kind of cool. You're limited to only 4 Pikmin types per match, picked from a set of 8. The available types are red, yellow, blue, purple, white, rock, winged, and ice. You can choose this and your order before the match starts. Okay, so a bit of like pre-match customization going on here. If a Pikmin dies, it's gone until you take an opponent's stock. KOs will cause Pikmin seeds of every type you don't have to fall from the sky and land beneath the area where respawn platforms arrive. Not only does this emulate how Pikmin can be gained from falling— oh, that's so clever! But also greatly incentivizes preservation of Pikmin. To compensate for the increased penalty, Pikmin have higher HP, and will slowly recover health while in Olimar's squad. So it incentivizes you to— well, not incentivizes— I'm assuming this is a way to leave the Pikmin on various parts of the stage, but this is what incentivizes you to keep them with you, because that's how they heal. Okay. And then Pikmin thrown off stage do not die and are considered lost. Lost Pikmin can be recovered by the whistling move, which we'll get to in a bit. Okay. Here are the changes I'm proposing for Olimar himself. Olimar is not helpless without Pikmin. He just loses access to vital trapping tools. This is true. He can technically fistfight a Bulborb on his own. It just takes him a while. He also has more trouble KOing, especially since his grab game is severely nerfed. Think of him like Sopo. Crippled, but not helpless. Many of his moves that rely on Pikmin are changed to either not use Pikmin or be weaker without Pikmin. And when Olimar is KO'd, the Pikmin in his squad disappear in a puff of smoke and reappear with him on the respawn platform instead of dying. Overall, these changes are meant to decrease Olimar's campiness, as one now must directly engage with the opponent for a chance to regain lost Pikmin. This will also tie into the moveset changes I'll get into later that exemplify his new trapping-oriented playstyle. Now let's talk about the types Olimar can use. There's a lot of info, but don't worry, I'll put everything in a tidy chart at the end. I'm just going to breeze through these real quick, because I got a feeling that we're going to have to do this 2 more times. So red are just dealing above average and being immune to fire, because of course. Blue are immune to water and can swim. Everything else will panic and flail before drowning in water, but you have a brief opportunity to whistle them out. These are also the throwers, just like in Smash. Yellow are immune to electricity and have a higher throw arc. Purple are unaffected by wind boxes and have higher HP. And they have the most damage while latched, so they actually latch on now. Okay. And have a unique shorter throw arc in which they plummet downwards in a powerful slam until they reach the point halfway of the throw. Also has a shockwave effect that trips. Fun. White are immune to poison and dark, but have low HP. They do low latch damage here instead of the highest. If killed, they release a cloud of toxin that damages the opponent for 8%, making them think twice about knocking them off. Just make sure that if you latch only the white Pikmin, as the cloud will also kill any other latched Pikmin. Interesting, okay. I think it'd be funny to actually make that number a bit higher. Like, imagine building your entire strategy around having 4 white Pikmin, tossing them all, and your opponent just has to deal with it, because if they kill them, they take 40... I mean, they already take 40% damage at once. That'd be kind of hilarious. Rock Pikmin have no immunities, and have the highest HP. When thrown off, they bounce off their opponent in a single big hit. Winged have no immunities as well, and have low HP. But when thrown, they home in on the opponent. So that's what you choose for consistency. And then Ice Pikmin are immune to ice attacks. If they latch on and perform 5 consecutive hits, the opponent will be frozen in place. Very fun! Knowing every type's strength and weaknesses, a typical Olimar might look at the opponent's chosen character before the round starts, and adjust their lineup accordingly. Each type has 1 extra ability, but we'll get to that later. Got a nice little chart right here. Some aesthetic stuff. Olimar not properly emotes because, yeah, has his voice, because how the hell does he not right now? I was thinking you have... Oh, interesting! Okay. So you have to choose 4 different... Okay, no, I'm feeling that, I'm feeling that. That presents its own set of different considerations. You can have the white latched on for, like, constant damage, which you have the white on that allows you to use the winged afterwards because they don't want to launch them both off of, and it's only 2 Pikmin. They can probably survive this. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Alright, starting to get into moves now. So, Gorgonzales presents an idea of a pre-match customization with 4 separate types of 8 Pikmin total. So you basically have to plan out your strategy before the match even starts. Interesting. Also have more heavily incentivizing actually caring for the Pikmin by being able to save their health wheels. And various mechanics to deal with, like, throwing them off the stage, or... I love the idea of only getting them back when you kill opponents, because that's literally what you do in Pikmin. That's so good! Okay, but what does Sketchman believe? I think the best word that can be used to describe what I want Olimar to represent in Smash is Dandori. The art of organizing tasks strategically and working effectively to execute plans. They emphasize that a lot in Pikmin 4, and it's important to Pikmin as a whole. When playing Pikmin, you always want your Pikmin to be doing something to get the most done possible in the shortest amount of time. When you have Pikmin with you, you're looking for things to make them do, and when you have no Pikmin, you're looking for more Pikmin to assign more tasks to. I want Olimar to be a character heavily based around prep time and careful planning, with enough tools that can be adapted towards your opponent and the stage, and can also allow for a variety of playstyles with the different Pikmin types and squad combinations. I also want Olimar to have more options when commanding Pikmin, in order to better represent the various aspects of Pikmin. And I also want there to be an incentive for Olimar to keep his Pikmin alive for as long as possible. For anyone who's played a Pikmin game, you know how bad it feels to lose even a single Pikmin. And in Smash, Olimar is not punished whatsoever for losing Pikmin, nor does he feel any remorse as he swings them around like a ruthless tyrant. Nothing like the loving father we all know him as. Olimar's greatest strength is in area control and multitasking to turn the match into his favor, with a plethora and sheer number of Pikmin that can both protect him and follow his commands with the utmost loyalty, whether it be strength in numbers or covering as much ground as possible. With a full squad and the right planning, Olimar is a force to be reckoned as. However, with no Pikmin, he is about as easy to squash as, well, a bug. So already, we're seeing a splice of design philosophies. Gorgonzales wants Olimar to be more capable on his own, whereas Olimar here is absolutely useless. Let's see how that turns out. Now, without further ado, let's get into the moveset itself. Olimar can now have up to 5 Pikmin at a time. This, I find, gives Olimar greater versatility in having more Pikmin to give more tasks to, but also not too many. Olimar now has a finite amount of Pikmin per stock. Let's say 15 Pikmin total can be plucked per stock. Interesting! Okay, so where one chooses a mechanic where you have to kill your opponents to get your Pikmin back, now we have a limited number here. This gets more into balance, let's make it so it's more than 20. Enough so Olimar doesn't run out too quickly, but not too much so Olimar has to be mindful of his Pikmin count. I'm assuming that this doesn't come with a, like, caveat that Pikmin thrown off the stage or just can be retrieved. They're probably just dead in this one. There'll also be some kind of visual indicator by Olimar's damage percent to show him how many Pikmin he has left. One other thing I decided is that Olimar can only choose up to 5 Pikmin types to use in the match. There's something I was going back and forth on. So we got another pre-match setup kind of deal. Picking loadouts, I believe, is how Gorgonzola described it. However, it seems here we're using 10 different types. 10. What's the 10th one? I know Glow isn't the other one. Are Boldmans in this? That'd be fun. Olimar now has a new shield special that lets him switch the Pikmin he wishes to use next. There will also be an indicator by Olimar's damage that resembles the UI from the Pikmin series. While holding the shield special, pressing back or forth will cycle between Pikmin. Below the Pikmin icons, it shows the number of said Pikmin that are out for the Olimar player. Whatever Pikmin is selected will become the active Pikmin. The active Pikmin determines the Pikmin that will be tossed next, will be plucked next, and will be in the front lines. The Pikmin that stands in front of Olimar performs all the basic attacks and even changes Olimar's... Okay, interesting. So it no longer cycles in this moveset between however many Pikmin are following behind you. You pick one to stand up front, and that one is the one that changes all the stats. Like... I love him. I love him so much. Oh, God, I love doing these streams so much. More on the Pikmin select. It will also show icons of Pikmin that you currently have not on the field with a 0 below them, in which you can pluck one of them if you have an empty slot. If you wish to deposit a Pikmin, simply go to said Pikmin type, press down on the control stick, and it will be deposited, allow you to change up your strategy mid-fight and not have to kill your Pikmin to do so. Pikmin will simply go back underground. Interesting! So you can, like, store Pikmin. So he's a stance character here. That's a perfect way of putting it. Alright, we still have the blooming mechanic. Keep them alive and they become stronger. That's what we have now. We have punishments for losing Pikmin. Limited Pikmin per stock. Pikmin now take a bit longer to pluck, and when Olimar runs out, he's left with barely anything. Alright, we're starting to get into moves now. So Sketchman takes more of an approach with making Pikmin a finite resource, which is fascinating. Also with a more complex method of actually choosing and assigning roles for whichever Pikmin you're using at the moment. Which is fascinating. Okay, so we've had a loadout systems, both of them are loadout styles, but one where you are heavily incentivized to KO opponents to get your Pikmin back, and one where you have a finite resource of them. Let's see what Gabe has to say on the matter. For Olimar's personality, he'd have what I described earlier. This will mostly be shown in his taunts, victory animations, and other non-attack animations later down the line. However, I'd also reference how he struggles with his temper at times. That being tactful, but also having a few moments of pure panic and frustration, allowing him to be more expressive during attacks. honestly, with what he has to deal with every day, I don't blame him. As for his new look, I'd make his default appearance the same. However, he'd have an all-new set of alts, like... Okay. So where the other two are focusing solely on Olimar, Gabe is making this an all-in-one package where everybody is here. All the captains are on display. The bottom row having rock Pikmin instead of purple, which would function the same. Okay. In addition, the Pikmin order will be shown above their percentage. I love how everybody can agree that the UI just needs to be better for Olimar to be able to tell what's going on. Oh shit, right, that's the scrapped character. I thought that was just a customized character for the Pikmin 4 avatar, but no, that's the one that we lost. Cool. Also love how we actually have Pikmin, like literal Pikmin Olimar as one of the alts. That's great. As a bonus, the antenna color would match the Pikmin next in line. Like an... Ooh! That's fun! Red, yellow, blue... Why isn't that not in the game already? That's so good. Look at that. I'll even zoom in on this just to... That's such a lovely way of, like, communicating to players while still looking at the character. How is that... Why is Olimar's design so bad in this game? Pikmin leaves and flowers will also match the player color similar to villagers' balloons, so it's more clear whose Pikmin is whose in Ditto matches. A wild Arlo also appears. Love this little puppet. Arlo's great. As for their voices, they'd have them. This wouldn't help give the characters more life and make certain moves more distinct. Since Strength doesn't have a voice actor, just make his Olimars but pitch up, you know, like in Hey Pikmin. After all, people love that game. Now that Olimar has a soul, we can move on to the archetype. Olimar would be a hit-and-run trapper. Okay, got our first deviation for this moveset, more hit-and-run style stuff. With the goal to use his Pikmin for stage control and to create openings for attacks. Many of his attacks would have a mediocre startup, but decent power and end lag. As for the Pikmin, Olimar can launch them with his normals when airborne. Don't worry, they don't get hurt, they've been trained, they curl up into a ball and latch onto foes. Interesting, so actually using the normals to essentially replace the Pikmin throw. All of Olimar's attacks would have sour spots on his hands designed to launch Pikmin, not opponents. They wouldn't deal good damage, but would fit better with more impactful looking animations. Olimar can continue to launch them around until they either land on the ground or Olimar whistles them back. Pikmin also have more distinct properties during smash attacks and side special, which will be explained later. Hello? Are we actually, like, doing some... Like, the Pikmin actually create the element they're assigned to? That'd be fascinating. Or is this just the effect on the attacks? This might just be the effect on the attacks. Oh, no. I'm completely wrong. So the reds will just deal 3 hits. The yellow will stun now. Kind of similar to ZSS Paralyze Shot. Water creates knockback with, like, water hits. White does poison effects. And then purple does earthquake effects to trip people up. Also dealing the most damage from shell damage. Interesting! So Gabe is focusing more on the actual utility of the Pikmin themselves, actually giving them further differentiations upon each other to actually let their elemental ties be more clearly shown. I kind of love that! Okay. Olimar would no longer be able to pluck as many Pikmin as he wants. Instead, he would have a meter above his percentage split into 3 sections. I call this his Pikmin gauge. When a section of the gauge is filled, he can pluck 1 Pikmin. If the meter is empty, attempting to pluck would trigger his fail animation until a section is full. But Gabe, last time you made Kora Nagori... Thank you for the pronunciation. Please... Nagoriyuki And now you're making Olimar Jacko? You can't just make every character Guilty Gear. La la la, I can't hear you. In return, the Pikmin have more health, and Olimar can have a maximum of 5 Pikmin at a time. And so another 5 choice here. Though he starts out with 3 at the start of each stalk. Furthermore, Pikmin would flower over time, which makes them stronger. They also flower faster if Olimar lands hits. Overall, the rework changes the goal to use Olimar's Pikmin wisely and avoid any deaths. Got a handful of stat changes. I don't like reading off stat changes, so I'm not gonna... I'll just linger on this a bit so people can see. Okay, interesting. So one has the idea of Pikmin loadouts, where you kill people to get your Pikmin back. Another has a finite resource mechanic, where you only have so many Pikmin to work with. And yet another turns it into a meter kind of deal, which essentially puts your Pikmin on cooldown until you can get more out of them. Fascinating! Alright, so let's actually get into the moves themselves now. Oh, people are doing these in different orders. Okay, 1 second, I am going to really quick just scroll down. Okay, so we're gonna kind of do these out of the intended order. Well, actually, no, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start with the specials first, because I feel like that's going to determine how the rest of this functions. So let me get all of these into the special... God, I've seen so many cool... you know what? Let's cover the movesets simultaneously, because I don't want to take these out of the intended order for any of these. So we'll just do them as intended, one by one, and then kind of compare them after we're done with all of that. So, for Gorgonzoles's, B moves are meant for Pikmin management unrelated to combat, like obtaining more Pikmin or calling them back. Tapping the B button utilizes the orders the Pikmin. It also cycles through your next Pikmin in line with a new UI reflecting this. It no longer gives Olimar brief intangibility. It can now be performed on frame 1 and cancel into itself for efficient organization, so you can really spam this to get exactly where you want. Holding it is the Pikmin pluck. Unlike past entries in the series, Olimar cannot pluck from anywhere anymore and must pluck from sprouts that are physically present on the stage. Sprouts cannot be attacked by opponents. Sprouts will mature faster than MOBA. Ooh, I like that. I like this a lot. So you actually have an incentive to actually leave your Pikmin there for a bit to get them flowered faster. I love that. Side B moves are primary means of directly dealing damage to your opponent using their Pikmin. Tapping it is the Pikmin throw. Pikmin throw basically functions the same, although be it with a new and more exaggerated animation. Some Pikmin types have different throw angles, as established, but holding it down allows you to swarm your Pikmin. Makes all Pikmin in your squad charge forward at once and latch onto your opponent. Fun. Does leave them with a fair amount of end lag. This is a risky move, as the Pikmin will be confused if they miss, practically requiring a use of Pikmin order to quickly get them back to your side. Can also be only performed on the ground. Up B is for recovery. Duh. Tapping it is liftoff. Olimar uses a jetpack to propel himself into the air and diagonally a fair distance, similar to Super Jump Punch's distance for coverage. The move has a small hitbox on starting frames, but it's minor damage. But holding it down is crash landing. Yes! Crash landing gives the thrusters a higher boost, but they'll overheat and send him in a downward arc at the height of the boost. Olimar buries his opponents if they're on the ground where he lands, or simply spikes them if they're airborne. The end lag is greater on this one. It doesn't snap to ledges easily, making it a riskier but more rewarding variant. Very use of both versions for mix-ups. And down B moves are used to create trapping situations using your Pikmin. So tapping it is dismissal. Dismiss makes the lead Pikmin in your squad stand still. If a Pikmin is being thrown with side B, that Pikmin will be prioritized instead and can be dismissed mid-throw, standing idle when it lands. Multiple Pikmin can be dismissed on the stage, but keep in mind that Pikmin are vulnerable when idling. Ideally, you wouldn't need to have more than one idling at a time, maybe two. Holding is Pikmin Command. Pikmin Command makes all dismissed Pikmin do a move unique to that type. Okay, so you're like setting them up as little turrets all across the stage. Runs back to Olimars, and they can only do it once though, so you're not leaving them there. You're kind of just setting them up, getting all the traps in place. Oh, this is really fun. Like, you can set up some really great, like, ledge traps, but you have to have the time to individually set each person up along the stage. Hey! Thank you, OldManHan! New member on the channel. I appreciate that immensely. So red does a swipe with its stem, dealing 8 damage and knocking opponents back. Blue is a grab. Okay, fun. Yellow latches on, similar to a successful Pikmin throw. Purple pounds the ground, tripping nearby opponents. White spits a small cloud of poison that lingers for a few seconds. This poison deals no hit stun, but the damages the longer an opponent stands in it, similar to Piranha's Poisoned Breath. Rock assumes a defensive position, allowing it to absorb a single attack or projectile without taking any damage. Instead, it simply rolls backward when hit. Winged throws Olimar upward if he comes into contact with it and immediately rejoins his lineup. This restores Olimar's double jump. Oh, that's so fun! Also allows for more viable offstage play since winged Pikmin can be dismissed mid. That's cool! Oh, imagine the setups you could do with that! An ice freezes the nearby ground, covering the distance of an entire battlefield platform. This ice will freeze the opponent if they stand on it for 2.5 seconds, at which point the ice on the ground will disappear. So if you like combine a blue and an ice, and they both land their attacks, you can actually hold them in place to get them frozen. That's so... Oh, this is good. This is so good. And then the final smash is more or less the same. End of day, with a few new aesthetic and mechanical differences. Now uses the SS Dolphin as the primary ship. Additionally, unlike the version of its move from previous games where a squad of Pikmin stay on the stage, they will instead latch onto the mothership, the Onion, and fly away with Olimar. As both vehicles ascend into the stratosphere, the classic nighttime mauling of the local wildlife begins. Having a bit more diversity with the bubble burbs by adding orange and spotty and burrowing snag rats for good measure. And of course, all of them have glowing red eyes like in the night missions of Pikmin 4, showcasing the savagery of Pina 404's wildlife on full display. Finally, Olimar crashes his ship onto the stage with a massive blast like he always has. However, another new element to this move is that the Onion gently floats down to the surface, not only releasing the Pikmin that Olimar had in his squad, but also producing new Pikmin sprouts for any type that might have been lost during battle. I love it when Final Smashes have fun little, like, utility uses like this. That's great. Now that you know the strengths of all the Pikmin types, I want to get back to the loadout design point for a second. If I'm fighting, say, the Ice Climbers, I consider both their strengths and shortcomings when deciding my lineup. Personally, I'd go with the Ice Pikmin for Ice Immunity, Rock Pikmin for separating the climbers with Pikmin Throw, and Blues for snagging the partner climber. The fourth spot doesn't matter as much here, as I have most of my bases covered, so I suppose I'll round out my team with a red for all-round backup. Now let's do an example for DK. I definitely want to go with Winged Pikmin for their dismissal ability, allow me to get a better chance at Gimping's recovery with more room for error on my part. I'd add a purple to match his power, white for area denial, since DK has limited mobility options, and a yellow to round things out. If I'm facing Sonic, yellows and wings for their sheer range, and reds and blues for area denial. Little Mac, ice to freeze the area and throw off his ground game, rocks for defense, whites for area denial, and purples for power. You get the picture. Literally, have a visualizer. Alright, then actual normals. Jab, forward tilt, and up tilt remain unchanged. Down tilt is an antenna sweep. Has him sweep his antenna across the ground like his old down tilt. It's great for utility move for spacing, edge guarding, and starting combos. Well, it may have lost its ability to move Olimar. So the inchworm is gone. Oh no. Never really made sense for him, to be fair. It's kind of just a goofy move. And then dash attack is now a powerful shoulder tackle, a single hitting move that deals good damage and knockback. I like this. So remember, the Gorgonzalez' moveset wants to make Olimar more capable on his own. He's a powerful explorer. All of Olimar's smash attacks have been reworked to be better at showcasing the synergy between the Pikmin and Olimar. More importantly, they've been changed to be more readable and accurately convey the power a smash attack should have. Since the old smash attacks felt lacking from an animation standpoint, each smash attack involves up to 4 Pikmin, with a minimum of 2 being able to participate. The more Pikmin you have, the further the move will go. Every additional Pikmin also adds an additional 3% to the move. If Olimar has 1 or 0 Pikmin in his squad, he instead performs a weaker version of the move. Forward smash Olimar dropkick. When Olimar initiates this move, up to 4 Pikmin will carry him as he lays on his side. When the smash attack is released, the Pikmin will charge forward and throw Olimar with great force, with his legs extended in a spinning dropkick. Anyone unfortunate enough to be on the receiving end of his boots will take a hearty amount of damage and knockback. If Olimar has 1 or 0 Pikmin, he instead performs a pitiful dropkick on his own, similar to his forward tilt in Brawl. They've spent 4 games being thrown by Olimar. Now they get the chance to return the favor. Okay, but like, unironically, this would also be a great thing to include in the Pikmin games. Like, imagine being able to have that, like, 10 or so Pikmin throw your captain up to a ledge where you could, like, before doing that, throw a bunch of Pikmin up there, allowing you to get somewhere you couldn't before, but at the cost of having to leave a few Pikmin behind wherever you threw yourself up. That's, like, legitimately a good idea for the actual Pikmin games on top of all this. Up smash is the Olimar rock. Oh god, I just read the text. Up to 4 Pikmin will surround Olimar and place their hands under his boots, with Olimar himself crouching down and preparing to leap. Once the button is released, Olimar soars upward and performs a striking backflip with his outstretched legs, dealing the big damage and knockback. With 1 or 0 Pikmin, he'll perform a weaker backflip with less reach and damage, but the down smash is Olimar Mace. When the move is charging, 2 Pikmin will firmly plant their feet on the ground as Olimar links hands with theirs. When released, the 2 Pikmin will swing Olimar around once, hitting both sides with his outstretched legs. Oh, it's the legs, dang it! I was really hoping it would be just swinging him around by the dome. Well, that makes more sense. This makes more sense. If Olimar has more than 2 Pikmin, they will form a chain between the swinging Pikmin and Olimar himself, increasing this move's range. So it's like Shulk's down smash, but Olimar himself is the blade. That's so good. With 1 or 0 Pikmin, Olimar performs his old forward smash instead, where he thrusts his pointing arm forward and launches a Pikmin. It's much less powerful here, though the 0 Pikmin version will still deal some minor damage. Neutral air is the Dolphin Twirl, performing an aerial spin. He only spins once now, however, and it functions as a single hit. Forward air is the Pick Kick. Doesn't need Pikmin to use, as Olimar himself kicks in front of him. Comes out a little slower than Pac-Man's forward aerial, as this is Olimar's best offensive landing option, as it has the least amount of landing lag of all of his aerials. Back air is Pikmin Link, holds the hands of his Pikmin to gain some extra range on his back aerial, in which he swings his arm behind himself. He can form a link of up to 3 Pikmin, each of which increases the range of his move. It's Olimar's best aerial for KOs, although it does come out the slowest out of most of his aerials. Up air is the Victory Flip, based on the backflip animation in the Pikmin games, which the leaders of Pikmin often do as a gesture of happiness or celebration. Olimar performs a backflip, hitting with both feet, boasting modest startup, duration, and damage. You can never go wrong using this to challenge opponents on platforms. It isn't the best in the knockback department though, so don't bother trying to kill with it unless your opponent is at an unreasonably high percentage. And then down air is landing thrusters. Activates the thrusters on his jetpack to create a burst of flames that extend below him. This has the highest startup of all his aerials, but is capable of spiking on the initial hit. The initial hit also propels him upwards a bit and can be used to mix up recovery and landings. If the button is held, Olimar can briefly slow his descent for a literal second, though the jet flames are smaller in this state and do no damage. This multi-purpose move helps round out Olimar's aerial game, providing a little bit of extra power and mobility for the price of one move. Helps show off his astronaut side a little more too. I love how much more this is letting Olimar do. Like, I never thought about this before, but I do kind of hate how the current Olimar in Smash Brothers makes him kind of incompetent. I mean, and not just in terms of just, like, having no expressions. He just doesn't... You'd never get the sense that he's a successful explorer based on how he's portrayed. But this makes him significantly more capable. You can understand that he's able to survive these environments without the Pikmin helping him. It's just that with the power of teamwork, they're able to do significantly more. The grab is similar to Ultimate, sending 3 Pikmin out. Unlike his old grab, Olimar can move left or right, and the Pikmin will follow while carrying his opponent. If there's a blue in the lineup, the throws will do more damage, and if a purple is in the lineup, they will carry their opponent faster. And if he has no Pikmin, he will instead grab with both hands and automatically perform a weak forward throw where he headbutts his opponents. Just take a second. Oh, just imagine the things you can do with something like this. Oh my gosh. So pummel, forward throw, and up throw remain unchanged. Back throw is Pikmin volleyball though. Olimar's back throw is new. For this throw, the Pikmin toss the opponent towards Olimar, who then hits the opponent a second time. Due to its almost perfectly diagonal angle, it's more useful for positioning or dealing damage. And then down throw is Olimar headbutt. He'll jump and headbutt the opponent. This doesn't send the opponent that far and can usually be followed up with a Pikmin throw until later percentages. It can also be used for combos. But since Olimar isn't a very combo-centric character, the most you can probably muster is a single forward air. And that's just flavor content from here. But okay! So Gorgonzales creates an interesting and hilarious take on fixing Olimar by better balancing out the power between Olimar himself and the Pikmin, like making the roles more equal. He's commanding them to like set up on various parts of the stage. They're capable of doing all of their own little unique moves and mechanics. They're actually carrying people on their own, but they'll also like link up with Olimar to help him fight stronger as well, which is so good. And I love the idea of like checking to see, like changing up your strategy for each individual opponent you might be fighting. That's so good. So that's one take on Olimar. Better balancing out just everything about him, making him more capable on his own, making the Pikmin have more uses to make them actually important to keep around. Let's see how Scatchman approaches the topic. Jab is the same for Scatchman, as is the neutral air. Oh. Okay. To remind, this is the frontline moveset where you can actually determine which Pikmin is in which formation. So we have more specific roles for the various Pikmin you have here. And it appears that Pikmin now fight alongside is that Olimar... sorry. I understand. So when Olimar runs out, this is basically all he's left with. So Olimar, in this case, can do basically nothing without Pikmin. He only has the jab and the Nero. I understand. I'm on the same page now. Okay. But when you have a Pikmin in the front line, they are now carrying out the moves. So this frontline Pikmin will jab first, then a second one will come up alongside him, a third, and then they'll just continuously slap things with their leaves over and over and over and over again. And each of these jab hits being determined by how many Pikmin you have currently in the squad. So you can only do the rapid jab if you have all the Pikmin with you. Okay. Dash attack is a roll, referencing the dodge whistle. Okay. Down air is the one aerial left the same. So is he still smacking things down beneath him? There's the dash attack. God, this is so charming. Oh my god. So this is taking more of like a Rosalina and Luma approach with the Pikmin. Where Gorgonzales's is more of a tactical, okay, you go here, we're all gonna work together. This is kind of a mentorship vibe, almost. So we got the tilts here, forward tilt, up tilt, and down tilt. This is the forward air, the back air. This spikes when flowered, fun. Up air, and the down air. All of Olimar's smash attacks have him do the same thing as before, except rush all of his Pikmin at once in the corresponding direction. This makes it less unfair and spammable. It emphasizes the strength in numbers, with the strength varying depending on the quantity of Pikmin, and references the Pikmin charge. Olimar's grab is actually alright for the most part. It increases in strength depending on the Pikmin count, as it should. However, I would like to bring back Olimar's tether, but now as his Zair. I chose to bring it back to greater emphasize teamwork, and give Olimar another recovery option. But also mainly because it reminds me of the Pikmin short movie, Treasure in a Bottle, and that just makes me happy. First two specials hardly change. Neutral special is the same but slower, and side special is the same, but can now be held down and aimed for more precision. One other very important thing about the side special is that after throwing your Pikmin somewhere on the stage, it will not run back to Olimar, but instead remain idle. The up special is now the fan from Pikmin 4, acting as a makeshift third jump for Olimar. I decided to make this change because of how I will be handling winged Pikmin differently this time around, but we'll get to them later. Interesting. This could also be the geyser, but I thought the fan worked better given its more portable design. And the down special is probably the greatest change of the entire moveset. Tapping it has Olimar do his current down special, but holding it down opens up a command circle that changes the properties of Olimar's whistle, allowing him to command his Pikmin to perform specific actions while standing idle. Here are the commands. Attack, callback, carry, and dig. Okay. For attack, dig, and carry, the range will be much shorter, with Olimar blowing his whistle with a different sound playing for each, and the whistle effect in front of him indicating the whistle's range. Attack will have Olimar command his Pikmin to attack any opponents that come within range. The attack varies depending on the Pikmin. Dig commands his Pikmin to dig in place for an item, then bring it back to Olimar to use. Only one item can be dug up at a time. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of actual, like, digging for resources here. We got Pikmin Carrots as a standard weak item projectile, like a turnip. Pellets can be used to increase the amount of Pikmin you have in stock by 1, so it's a limited resource with Scatchman's moveset here, but you can get them back by finding pellets. 5 pellets, self-explanatory. And bomb rocks. Oh, that's fun! So you can just task Like, you can keep, like, 2 Pikmin with you to kind of hold your opponent off and just have the other 3 just try to find a bomb rock. That's so good! And then Nectar obviously flowers the opponent that dug it up. Ultra Spicy Spray, a rare item that when used will be sprayed in a cloud, and any Pikmin in the cloud will be under the effects, making them instantly flowered and way faster for around 7 seconds. Carry will have the Pikmin carry the opponent back to Olimar. The more Pikmin carry, the harder it is to mash out. So an interesting take on that same brilliant carry idea. Gorgonzola puts it into the actual throw itself. Well, this is more of a command grab you can leave around the stage. Briefly going over the Pikmin types. Fire is fire. Oh, but these... So their attack, like the attack command of the whistle, is just them exploding with fire. That's great. Yellow is the shock of electricity, so kind of going into the same thing that Gabe was talking about of actually embellishing the Pikmin elements effects more, but in a different way. Instead of actually changing up the latch-on attack for it, instead having like actual on-the-field effects for this. Ooh! Also, which Pokemon is in the... Pikmin. Which Pikmin is in the front line actually changes up some of Olimar's stats here. If a yellow's in the front line, Olimar jumps higher. So you've almost got like a Shulk situation here, where which Pikmin you have selected actually changes up the stats themselves. Oh, and that's so cool. By actually including Dig as well, you actually make the yellow Pikmin more useful. Because, like, let's be honest, in current Smash Brothers, they're kind of the least interesting. But they can dig now, and they dig the fastest, and digging is how you get the bomb rocks. Oh, this is so good. Blue is very hard to read on this background. Let's highlight this real quick. Water effects, greater throws, a bit harder to mash out of while carrying, slightly stronger aerials, and attack move is a burst of water. Unfortunately, blue Pikmin kind of get the short end of the stick, as water plays such a huge role in Pikmin, but in Smash not so much. So instead I decided to give blues a good balance of stats that makes them feel comfortable to use in most situations. You know what? Fair. Pikmin are totally a Pokemon. These are great grass types. Purple make Olimar slower moving and attacking while in the front line. By far the strongest damage output, having the strongest throws, harder to mash out when carrying, and do their sumo slam when thrown, but latch on when thrown directly on an opponent. Turns down air into a stall and fall. Oh, interesting. Okay. So where Olimar will just swing the rest of them downwards, here he'll try to swing downwards and it'll just plummet. Attack move is the ground pound. God, I keep saying Pokemon. White Pikmin make Olimar move and attack faster, deal small damage, but have a chance to inflict poison. Have slightly better luck when digging for... Oh, okay, so the strategy is to have yellows and whites digging for the best chances of getting bomb rocks. When killed, releases a burst of poison gas, which deals a decent amount of damage, and attack move is a burst of poison. Rock Pikmin don't latch on, but act as heavy projectiles, have the strongest dash attack, have weak throws, easy to mash out when carrying, do lots of shield damage. While not the most versatile, they specialize in shattering defenses. An attack is a simple tackle, great for shield breaks. I'm so fascinated by... So let's talk for a second about the differences between these two initial movesets. Gorgonzoles's is very much more of a intentional, okay, we're going to set this one up here, and we're going to attack now, because all of them will return back to Olimar once they're done with their attacks. This, however, is more of a passive area denial. But at least, well, because one, they have more Pikmin on the stage at once. Sketchman has 5, where Gorgonzola has 4. But this one seems to just be like, okay, we got a Pikmin here, here, and here. These parts of the stage are just no-goes for the opponents. It's just, this is why I wanted to do it like this, because it's so fascinating how we can have two entirely separate ideas tackling a similar concept, but taking them in two entirely different, crazy cool directions. Winged Pikmin are reverse Little Max, atrocious on the ground, combo monster in the air, deal minuscule damage, also homes in on the opponent when thrown. These will give Olimar a third jump when in the front lines. Attack move as it fly into the opponent with lacking force but more range. Can carry items opponents to Olimar while he's airborne. So you could have like a squad of 4 Winged Pikmin and 1 purple. Have the 4 Winged Pikmin carry, and then just jump off the stage. And then as the Winged Pikmin carry the opponent up to Olimar, he just uses the down aerial and just Stolen Falls plummets and instantly spikes them. That sounds really fun for spike setups like that. Then Ice Pikmin, if it deals enough damage, it freezes opponents. Gives Olimar ice physics. And then the attack move is an Ice Burst that freezes opponents. Glow Pikmin, somewhat weak, but acts like a chargeable projectile that deals damage and stuns opponents when fully charged. Attack move is a flash of green light that stuns. And then if you just want to say, fuck it, let's roll the dice, you can just get a squad of 5 Bulbmans and just have everything be randomized. That's so fun! I love that! One more important thing is that the player will be able to choose the Pikmin that they start the match with on the character select screen, and will even be able to make presets. So remember, similarly to Gorgonzoles's, these are both loadout situations where you can only have 4 for Gorgon, 5 here. So you actually have to kind of pick and choose, like, okay, I'm against this character, how do I want this and this and this and this? And the final smash will be almost exactly the same, but the Pikmin will get on the ship with Olimar instead of being left behind. Ah, it's so fun. I love the contrast here between a more aggressive tactician, where every person that's participating in this moveset, both Olimar and the Pikmin, have their own strengths and weaknesses, or just going all out with the Pikmin and giving them all their own unique effects and just slowly denying more and more of the stage. But you gotta be careful. You gotta make sure you got a few of them digging up for things so you can get your pellets back, because if you run out of Pikmin, you're essentially dead. Okay. So, that's 2 of them, but how does Gabe compare? Jab will be kept the same. It has some good exaggeration, references an upgrade in Pikmin 2. Side Tilt will revert to the drop kick from Brawl, so it looks more distinct from his jab. Up Tilt is the same, but can be angled horizontally to control where Olimar lands. This can go off ledges. Fun, allowing for decent air combos. Down Tilt, Olimar flicks his head up while moving forward. The Pikmin do the same behind Olimar in a line, extending his range. Olimar's functions like vanilla, while the Pikmin launch foes behind Olimar. So actually swinging with, like, the antenna and the dome itself? Okay. Dash attack flips upside down and spins on his head like Toad in Project M EX Remix. Because apparently he likes dancing. Side Smash would have better anticipation, in which he winds up his fist and his hand gets bigger for better exaggeration. The Pikmin charge animation would dig its foot into the ground like a bull. I like to, for Up Smash, make it closer to Terry's Up Smash, except he hops a little. The Pikmin would have a charging animation similar to a flip kick. The Pikmin would jump higher, making it a good tool for Olimar to launch with attacks. Down Smash, Olimar would jump more to the points. The Pikmin would both do a ground pound, creating a burst. Flowered Pikmin create bigger explosions. Interesting, so making this more of a shockwave, rather than just, okay, you both go in that direction. Neutral Air has Olimar's jetpack malfunction, doing a multi-hitting cartwheel, making the neutral air visually different from the up tilt. I like that. Also love the expression here. Interesting! Okay, so for the forward air, we're actually bringing the whistle in for a few of the attacks. Blasting the whistle as a sound wave, so hard it pushes himself back, deals med damage, but has a very good wind box. Can be angled to allow for some mini movement. Also, his rear end has a hitbox like Arcane. Interesting. Okay. Back air does a hard point behind, resulting in a Pikmin doing a drop kick. Olimar then spins around to catch it, causing him to turn around in the air. Up air does a Wario up tilt to boost a Pikmin up, which does a headbutt. Olimar then catches it. I love the catching after the attack. Making him seem like he's actually trying to make sure they're okay. Like, maybe... He's like, yeah, we're working together here, but I'll... Just go ahead. I'm gonna catch you. Don't you worry. It's adorable. Down air, a Pikmin falls while Olimar hard claps the Pikmin stem in shock, narrowly saving it from death and causing a burst of the Pikmin's respective element. This would spike if the caught Pikmin is fully flowered. I love the ideas of Gabe and Scatchman to apply spiking effects for flowered Pikmin. That's a really easy, good way of just more heavily encouraging the keeping a flowered Pikmin alive. When Olimar has a full set of Pikmin alive and uses down air above the ground, a little Pikmin stem pops up below him and twirls around before receding back into the ground, whacking opponents up a little. This is inspired by Maple's down air and Rivals of Aether. Interesting. Okay. Grab would look closer to the rush animation in Pikmin 4, which uses a leaping point as the Pikmin charge forward. The Pikmin would also make the same noise. When the source game has more distinct animations than the Smash Rep. More Pikmin he has, the farther they charge. So actually changing up his grab range here. Interesting. When Olimar has no Pikmin, then no grab. His pummel would have him rapidly throw Pikmin onto the opponent's face, causing them to bonk off and run back to Olimar. This is a very weak pummel, but is decently fast. The more Pikmin he has, the faster he pulls them out of nowhere. Basically, the idea is that the more Pikmin he has pulled out, the more are lingering in the... Oh! Interesting. So he has only 5 active in his moveset, but there's kind of just more around it? That's fascinating. Also takes the idea of a Zero for the Pikmin... I can't for the life of me remember what this move is actually called, but the Brawl Up B. Unlike most Zeros, this is actually intentionally angled up, which is a pretty strong attack when the Pikmin is fully flowered. Forward throw, it uses the Ultra Bitter Spray. Okay. Interesting. So actually bringing the sprays in for the throws. Turning them to stone and then punching them straight forward. Back throw points and the Pikmin all rush, carrying the opponent and trip throwing the opponent back. The Pikmin knock Olimar down and he gets back up at the end of the animation. This throw trips bystanders. The more Pikmin Olimar has, the farther... Again, just really fun ways of using the ability for the Pikmin to actually carry opponents in various different directions. One uses it for the actual grab, one uses it for a fun throw, and one uses it for a fascinating little command grab, leave her on the stage kind of deal. Up throw is the same as vanilla, and then down throw, the Pikmin bury the opponents with just the best little icon right there. The specials are next. I hate them, you hate them, we all hate them. That's because they play a part in Olimar's game of mindlessly tossing innocent creatures at people, and more often, off the cliff. However, I don't think they need to be changed as much as one might think. Just gotta change how they work a bit. On the ground, pressing special has Olimar summon a wheel of each type of Pokemon... There it is again! Each type of Pikmin like Shulk's Mahado Arts. Then players angle the control stick to choose which Pikmin to pluck by pressing attack. Pressing special again or shield would close the wheel. So instead of choosing a loadout with this moveset, you can actually, Monado art style, choose which Pikmin you want to pluck. If Olimar presses neutral special when he does not have enough stamina... Oh yeah, because this is the reminder that this is the moveset with the Pikmin meter. So like kind of Jacko and Guilty Gear, with this moveset you have a 3-bar meter, and each Pikmin pluck takes up a bar, so you can only ever pluck 3 Pikmin at once. If he has the max amount of Pikmin but has meter, he can replace the next Pikmin in line, shown by the replaced Pikmin running into the background. Plucking Pikmin would also be a bit slower, but it has more risk, but it also has a hitbox for here. In the air, Olimar does the vanilla plucking animation, but it instead grabs opponents to toss them up. Oh, interesting. So it's a command grab in the air to actually pluck opponents. Fun. Side special, it tosses a Pikmin kind of like in vanilla, except you can hold the Pikmin until the special button is released, similar to Snake's grenade. He can angle the throw to change its arc, shown by outlined dots like Angry Birds. Furthermore, if Olimar whistles while a Pikmin is latched onto a foe, the Pikmin will drop a bomb rock. This would immediately explode, popping foes up while causing the Pikmin's special property like their smash attacks described earlier. So we got elemental bomb rocks here. They're not some crazy luck pull like they are in Scatchman's moveset. They're more of a utility-based setup projectile here. To balance it out, Pikmin would deal less damage when headbutting foes, and they fall off faster. Up special would allow Olimar to fly around more freely and have a clear stamina meter next to him. In vanilla, the more Pikmin you have, the less distance you can go up. I think that's bad for its design because it encourages players to throw their Pikmin off the stage. So instead make Olimar go higher when he has more Pikmin. How? Well, when he has no Pikmin, he does not have any winged Pikmin either, and instead uses his jetpack from Hey Pikmin, which does not take him very far because it burns fuel quickly. When Olimar has a plucked Pikmin on his side, he gains a winged Pikmin. So when he has 2 plucked Pikmin, he gets 2 winged Pikmin. 3, he gets 3, and so on. Therefore, when he has 5 Pikmin, his up special has the most stamina due to having the most winged Pikmin. Hold on, I need some water. Additionally, Olimar can press the special button to drop a Pikmin, latching onto foes below. However, this would cause a winged Pikmin to fly away, knocking down his stamina. And the down special would be vanilla, except the super armor would be removed. I failed to grasp why that's a thing in vanilla. It would instead have a wind box that pushes foes away, and only foes, making it a decent tool to protect his Pikmin. I find it fascinating using the idea of actually using the whistle as a, physical mechanic in his moveset, both with the forward air actually being a sound wave attack, and this being a wind box. We also have a shield special in this one. Olimar whistles the next Pikmin in line to stay in place, shown by the player arrow above their head. The whistle clip would be faster, and the effects around Olimar would be smaller, so it's visually clear what he's doing. Olimar can do this for any of his Pikmin, but they are still in his Pikmin count, leaving him with what he has left while being unable to just pluck more. When placed, they attack when Olimar down tilts, down smashes, or down airs. When he down tilts, they do the head flick that knocks opponents back, moving them forward a little. When he down smashes, they do the ground pound elemental burst, and when he down airs, they do the stem twirl. Several Pikmin of the respective color also group behind the placed Pikmin and give them nectar over time, making it more visually clear they are there, and as a bonus, makes the Pikmin slowly heal and flower faster when played. This literally is just Jacko. You just place your turrets around the stage, and then they all attack in unison with you. Which is so fascinating, because, again, that's completely unique from the other two. Scatchman's is more of a passive, like, area denial. Gorgonzales is a very intentional, like, okay, we're doing this attack now, but this is just kind of cloning yourself along the stage to make more and more of your attacks active at the same time. However, placed Pikmin are left vulnerable to enemy attacks and do not stop strong projectiles while still getting hit by them. I also love the idea of having several Pikmin of their respective colors grouped behind the placed Pikmin, just to make them more visually distinct. And they also help each other by healing them and flowering them faster when placed. And Olimar can call them back to him anytime with down special. Alright, let me just got the... Wait, what? So this is absolutely fantastic. 3 various takes on, like, fixing this character, but in completely different ways. This one making a more metered approach, which, like, yes, it is making Olimar a Guilty Gear character, but counterpoint, Guilty Gear is fantastic. And creating an area denial focused more on actually having, like, multiple... I don't want to quite say Lumas active, but just, like, you're essentially cloning certain moves to attack all at once over and over and over again. Like, I can picture, like, having one Pikmin on the bottom ledge, one at top, while Olimar is just behind them, and constantly doing down tilts over and over and over again to just deny every single approach option from the ledge. Also love the idea of just having fun with the bomb rocks and making them, like, elementally charged with the various Pikmin elements. That's really good. We also have all the special stuff, like the extra stuff. I'm just gonna breeze through these real quick. So we got Olimar looking down at his voyage log. Why doesn't he do that? Just some kind of, like, hey, I'd like to write things down. Let's do that. Taunts will now involve Pikmin in his squad taunting as well. Have him actually smile during his taunts. Yes. Taunt 2 is a symbiotic relationship. Pikmin cry out and just start cheering for Olimar as he kind of falls behind him. Oh, and he's sad if he doesn't have Pikmin, looking longingly behind him or shaking his head. Oh! With this being the one, if you, like, the hardest, like, punishing you the most if you lose Pikmin, that's really... I mean, it feels bad to say I love this, but, like, that really shows that he cares. I adore that. Surprise artwork from Gorgonzales! That's so cute. That is so cute. And taunt 3 is how unfortunate he just slumps forward with his arms dangling. The Pikmin themselves tilt their heads, starting with the first one in line, and the others fall like a chain of dominoes, knocking one over, another over. Ideal to use when your opponent self-destructs or otherwise does something stupid. That's hilarious. One victory animation just has him getting back in his ship, the Pikmin get back on the onion, and then blasting off. As a confused Bulbward waddles onto the scene. Another one for New Fortune, highlighting this one. You also see Moss happily barking in the background. And then the third one, Leader's Triumph. Starts with Olimar frantically looking around himself as a swarm of Pikmin approach him in every direction, lifting him up and throwing him into the air. Just as a moment of celebration. Kirby has a new hat, includes Olimar's helmet, whistle, and backpack. It also creates a Pikmin in front of Kirby, its Pikmin type being the first chosen Pikmin type of the opposing Olimar. The single Pikmin will just follow Kirby around, much like Olimar. Kirby can use Pikmin order by tapping neutral B, just like Olimar, which will call it back. And Kirby's held neutral B is Pikmin throw. Oh, this is very interesting! So remind me real quick, because I believe this is the one... Just call it back. Okay. It'd be kind of breaking the rules a bit of what Kirby hats are, but wouldn't it be so fascinating if Kirby could actually do the dismissal as well? Just imagine Kirby's moveset, but allowing him to leave behind a Pikmin to just do things. I don't know, it kind of breaks the rules of what Kirby hats are. I just love the idea of giving him this little chance to have this puppeteer kind of moves. It's what I wish he did with Rosaline and Lumas as well. Well, obviously to a weaker degree, because that would be very powerful. Does more gentleman clapping during the losing animation. You know what, that does bother me too. I've never noticed that before, but his stock icon doesn't have his nose. Gorgonzalez's conclusion. While I'm glad that Brawl introduced a fighter from the Pikmin series to the world of Smash, I feel that a rework became more and more innate for this character with every new entry. I hope that I convinced at least a few of you that this character could massively improve through a rework, even if it's not mine. If this character receives any sort of overhaul to address his current flaws in the next game, I'll be content. I think we'll do the actual, praises and outros until after we've gotten all 3 of them complete. So Sketchman is choosing to do another alt costume of all the characters. This one chooses a taunt to have the forced sleep mode kick in and just the Pikmin pick him up and run in place. That's hilarious. Have Pikmin dancing around Olimar. Also has the same spin and pose. Also asks for a victory animation that mimics the end of day scene. Getting Dandori Olimar in here as well. And that's all my redesign of Olimar, here to return in a future Smash game. I believe that this does a much better job servicing the Pikmin series, and if this is what Olimar was like, it would be one of my favorite Smash character designs of all time. But perhaps that's just because I love Pikmin. Pikmin is a series that I hold near and dear to my heart, and I feel that this moveset would help more people become the same. Well, that'll be all from me. Let me know which Pikmin type is your favorite. Mine are the purples, and have yourselves a great day. What? What do you mean I'm forgetting somebody? Oh, you mean Ochi, don't you? Well, I would have loved to include Ochi, but this moveset is already so packed that I would rather not include him. I would honestly prefer him and Moss as their own characters instead, or perhaps as assist trophies. What? I'm forgetting somebody else? Oh, right. Louie. To be honest, while Louie would work as a costume, I honestly think there's more to Louie than that. I would want Louie to be his own completely different character. How would he work? I'm not sure. But I would want him to involve the enemies of Pikmin in some way, as he seems to have some sort of connection to the other life forms on PNF 404. But that's a topic for another day. To be continued. And then let's grab Gabe's outro real quick. Now actually crashes the ship and plucks the Pikmin in a panic for his entrance. Default stance would be the same, but if he doesn't have any Pikmin, he just gets sad. I like little things like this do so much for just showing character in these sorts of games. The fact that Olimar doesn't have this as a bare minimum just frustrates me so much. Still has a stretching idol, but he also punches the ground when he doesn't have any Pikmin alive. Idol 2 puts his hand on his chin, shaking his head with guilt if there's nobody alive. Walk and run is the same, but when his Pikmin are dead, he'll walk with his head down, like when he walks to his rocket after a Pikmin extinction. It doesn't feel like drawing another picture, you get dancing Arlo instead. Parry buff? I like the idea of characters getting a small, unique buff from parries, and I wanted to make my own Interesting! Okay. For Olimar, I'd have his parry elite release the Ultra Spicy Spray, a power-up in Pikmin 2 and 3, which temporarily powers them up. In Smash, I'd make Pikmin Flower even faster from hits for 3 seconds. The Pikmin will glow with a pinkish-red aura like in Pikmin 3, so we're getting some different mechanics in here. Very fun! Pikmin run circles if he hasn't ordered them, panicking. Sleeping animation is the same, but the Pikmin are jumping on him and shaking him in an attempt to wake him. But if they're all dead, he's having a nightmare? That's so good! Olimar Kirby would be able to pick any Pikmin on a wheel who then follows him around. He can only have one at a time. Gotta start small. Pressing neutral special again would allow him to throw the Pikmin in a controllable arc. Like Olimar, Kirby can knock them around in the air. However, these would not be real Pikmin, but instead wind-up plushmins? Similar to how Banjo and Kirby also have a fake Kazooie? That's so good! Pressing neutral special for a third time would have Kirby whistle his plushman back, dropping a bomb rock if it's latched to a foe. That's so cute! Once they lose enough health or fall off foes, they would not die since they aren't alive in the first place and instead just break. The Pikmin spawns in the background and hands him an item. The captain inspects it and gives the Pikmin a nod and puts it away. The Pikmin would... Hang on. What is being implied here? Excuse me? What is this? Why is Olimar murdered by Avatar? Why would you do this? But that's fun. Kind of a Pac-Man inspired taunt where Pikmin just bring him different items. Side taunt is still the antenna twirl. Down taunt spins and points and pride. I love how all three recognize that, yeah, this is just peak Olimar animations. Like, yes, we all need this one. But if they're all dead, Olimar would not have his normal taunts. Instead, Olimar plays dead. Victory theme gets the end of day as well. I love the addition of Pikmin hugs. Yes, please. When Victory has a Pikmin handing him some juice from Pikmin 3, and Olimar pats its head in appreciation. And then the third one is just them dancing. Oh, God. Losing animation, Olimar tries to write on his log, but he stops repeatedly, shaking his head in grief while Pikmin ghosts surround him. This isn't a loss, it's a Pikmin extinction. The more Pikmin the player lets die, the more ghosts haunt him. If they won't encourage players to take care of their Pikmin, I don't know what will. Win or lose, the number of Pikmin died will be shown beside Olimar during the results. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. I don't think if you run Olimar and Smash if he had this. God, just imagine 99 stock matches. Just the massacre. And with that, my Olimar overhaul is complete. Did I make Olimar less annoying to fight? No. If anything, I made him even worse. But hopefully, I made Olimar sound fun to play. And then again, if you're at the bottom of Pier and Duke's Smash Design tier list, I guess the only direction to go is up. And no, I'm not over Olimar's terrible animations in Smash. Sakurai puts in the work to reanimate Mario's up air several times, but does he do the simple task of making Olimar's hands bigger during Smash attacks? No! Ah well. I ended up buying Pikmin 3 Deluxe researching I liked it. I will probably buy Pikmin 4 too eventually. So I guess his vanilla design caused some good in a twisted way. The power of spite and hatred wins again! Judging by how little Olimar's changed throughout the 3 games, I'm not in high hopes that any of this would actually happen in Smash. That being said, I highly recommend the mods I've shown if you can mod your Switch. They don't fix him, but they are really well made. Don't use Nanobud's Tana folder if you want to get installed Wii Boys and the Tana mod, or you'll probably get conflicts. Thanks for reading my concept, I hope you liked it. I have some ideas to improve it, I'd love to hear them. Have a good one. I suppose some fresh fish are best set free. Until next time, everyone. So we have been talking about Pikmin for a very long time. But isn't it just the best to be able to see such distinct takes on individual concepts, but for all of them to be so just fascinatingly unique? We have Gorgonzolas, who goes for a more kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not intense, cerebral. A more cerebral sort of, okay, I need to make a plan here, and we're gonna set everything up perfectly to be able to go through with this plan. Gorgonzolas makes the relationship between Olimar and his Pikmin a lot more equal. For every time that he tells them to do something, they'll also help him do things like this. This goddamn brilliant forward smash. Creating like various different things to allow him to like set up the perfect trap for just that aha moment. It's like, I got you, I knew where you would be, and now we're all gonna pile on you at once. If that plan doesn't work, Olimar is screwed, but if it does work, Olimar is going to destroy you. Sketchman's is more, I wouldn't say forgiving, more so as it's less on the specific moment of aha, I have read you perfectly, and more just slowly denying areas that your opponent can go until they have nowhere left. Okay, you've got a fire Pikmin here attacking, you've got a yellow Pikmin there attacking, and there's just nowhere left for you to go, so eventually you just have to go where the Olimar has a bomb rock waiting for you, and you blow up. And then Gabe the Paper does some really fun ideas with actually, like, creatively expanding on what the Pikmin can actually do. Like, I love the idea of, like, sound waves with whistles, or bomb rocks infused with the various elements of the Pikmin that are carrying them. And then all of them have just really fascinating different takes on abilities for the Pikmin. Like the carry animation, for example. This one is part of a throw. Gorgonzolas's is part of the actual grab, allowing Olimar to have a pseudo-cargo throw. And then Sketchman's is an actual effect that you can leave around the stage, like a turret command grab, which is fascinating. All of them have different ways of like managing your Pikmin counts. All of them further encourage the use of taking better care of your Pikmin, but one heavily discourages losing them by making it so you can only get Pikmin back by killing your opponents. One makes it a set amount of Pikmin you have access to that you have to dig for more pellets to replenish, and one of them attaches it to a meter, so you can't spam them out. It's just, I could praise all of these for a long time. It's so impressive to see so many different takes that are all so good. I'll admit, I was kind of worried when I was like, okay, we're gonna try try to do 3 concepts at once. This seems like a fun idea for the 100th idea, but is this gonna work? I don't want this to be like a competition, but no, all 3 of them were good, and all of them were so unique, and that's so cool. Thank you very much. Reminding everyone, this one was Gorgonzales's. This one was Sketchman's. And this one was Gave the Papers. Well done for all 3 of you. Okay. Alright. I'm going to get a bit of water for a second. One moment. Diana Kearns is asking, how do you submit them? Before the streams happen, I have a announcement video. The announcement video should still be on the channel. A link into a Google document that's I pick and choose from before the stream starts. Submissions... Oh yeah, Deeks is explaining it right now. Perfect. Okay. You know what? Before I start the next one, that was a lot of talking. I am going to just very quickly use the restroom. Just so I can have the stamp. Just I can also take a break with my voice. Quick break. Be back soon. Whoop. Like so. Just let you all listen to some come on. There we go. Just let you all listen. God damn it. Let me grab the thing I'm meant to grab. There we go. That's barely visible. One second. Properties. Outline. Black outline. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. So, I will be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. Let's get in some more water. Whew, that was a lot of Pikmin. But a lot of Pikmin is never a bad thing. That's literally the point of the series. Okay. You know what? I'm still feeling fatigued, so we're just gonna take... Let's just take a quick second, because this has been the... technically the 100th, 101st, and 102nd idea that we've had for the series, but I'm kind of just curious to everybody. What's been your favorite ideas that you've seen so far? Like, let's reminisce for a second. Because that's a very hard question. I think there's literally been 100 of them. I obviously really loved the Professor Layton moveset. It's a highlight for a reason. Both of the Anna movesets that we've had submitted were also absolutely fantastic. The Mario fishing game completely took me by surprise by just how much I absolutely adored it. Oh yeah, the Daisy Rollerblade one was also so good. But both of, oh gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Who made that? 1 second. I don't want to say the wrong name, just in case. Yeah, it was Emilio's. But both of Emilio's, the Rollerblade Daisy and the super in-depth Star Fox Supernova, yeah, like your boy Nando said. Tinky Winky. There have been some great shit posts. Like the Tinky Winky one. Insert second example here. God, I can't... Oh yeah, just like the Living Rainbow Road stage, the GameCube controller. There's been a lot of fantastic, just wacky picks that you'd never think of. Somebody literally brought a literal Master Sword, which is so funny. Speaking of which, I can't seem to find the Peasant's Perspective 8 livestream. Yeah, while we're taking this little break, I'll check that real quick. Content live. Peasant's Perspective number 9. Nah, it's there. Oh, partially blocked. Blocked in some countries or regions. Is this because of copyright? This is because of copyright. What's the song? Cannot be seen in Andorra, Belgium, Canada, France, French Polynesia, Mayotte, Monaco, New Caledonia, Reunion, Switzerland, Wallis, and Futant-Nuna. Because somebody added Pulp Fiction into their music playlist. I should be more careful of that, to be fair. Okay, so... Peasant's Perspective 8 will be invisible to some people in some countries, apparently. Yeah, okay, so I need to put into the basic outlines that we need to be careful about the actual songs that are put into this. I should have thought of that earlier. That's partially on me. I'll see if I can maybe mute part of that episode. I'll worry about that after the stream. Oh yeah, the Wario Rabbit moveset was great. All of Harry Mation's Claymation have been fantastic. That's so fun. Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh yeah, Jared Heberts are always so wholesome. Just really passionate about really niche topics. Those are always great. Eldritch still haunts you. Okay, I think I'm ready. So, we kind of skipped around a bit with some veteran submissions with the Olimar movesets, because I thought it would be fun to do all three of them at once. But we do have, for this stream, one more first-time submission from also our newest member as well. So double priority there. Well done. Talking about something I've never heard of before, but that can be fun in its own way. So, from OldManHan, we have a Smash moveset for a character known as Black Alice. Where am I? I consumed Elias, and her holy power is in my body. But I was defeated by the hero, and just as my life was about to end. This isn't Heinrich, was it? No, that's impossible. That's... Now, finally, the holy and dark are... Oh, God. I just saw the length of the moves. This is gonna be a long one. Okay. Now, this is the power of chaos, the primordial power that existed before even time and space. In the very beginning, there was chaos. Chaos divided into light and darkness. From the light came the goddess, from the dark came the dark goddess. Each was born with divinity, and each was divided among them. But I hold the power that originally should have been. Oh, yep, that's an anime design. Okay, here we go. Some sort of a shape-shifting... That's a sick design, though. Like, this is just basic anime weeb shit, but look at that! Eldritch abomination of mouths and horror. Black Alice, and then a third god was born. Series Monster Girl Quest Paradox RPG. Millions of years ago, there were two gods born into existence as the primordial element of chaos, split into its two respective halves. Holy and dark energies. Goddess Elias and the holy goddess of light, and dark god Aliphanes. Fair, you see, that's also an anime design. It's just a fun one. Known among her subjects as Alice. These two gods, unable to communicate due to the incompatible nature of these two founding elements, wandered the universe until they both came across Earth, a planet home to a primitive life. Elias, unable to interact meaningfully with the animals below, only able to create her own angels, could do little more than nudge evolution in the direction of her own image, giving creation to humanity. Aliphanes, on the other hand, was capable of creating her own stable life in the form of the monsters, who required the aid of Elias's humans to reproduce and survive, giving creation to the 6 ancestors, the original progenitors of each species of monster. Aliphanes found herself watched from above by Goddess Elias, who had grown jealous of Alice's ability to create with such ease. Declaring that monsters were horrific and parasitic beings, Goddess Elias waged war against Aliphanes in the Great Monster Wars. Despite the monster forces overpowering Elias's angelic army, Aliphanes began to notice as the destructive war tore their world apart, causing untold damage to the planet and its inhabitants. Elias, on the other hand, would not yield, determined to win the war, even if it cost them everything. Deciding that she would rather let Elias live on than destroy the planet she has learned to love, Aliphanes began to hesitate on her conquest, and the Goddess of Light took notice, promising that she would leave the monster alone if Aliphanes would allow her to be sealed away for all eternity. Goddess Elias created the 6 ancestors, Great Seal, to lock away the 6 ancestors, and the dark god Aliphanes, who begrudgingly seceded lest the world they have grown to love was extinguished. Completely unrelated to the concept, but white text on black background is so easy to narrate. I would not mind this becoming a norm. Just like dark mode Google Docs. This is great. I'm loving this. Before Aliphanes was sealed, she created a successor in the name of Aliphanes II. Aliphanes II. No, this isn't video game sequels. These are people. An extremely powerful monster that can rule the world for the rest of her stead. The creation of Alice II marked the beginning of a long-lasting, lofty lineage of monster lords. Each lord able to rule as they pleased. Some preceded coexistence between monster and men, some were indifferent, and some were outright hostile. Believing the powerful monsters had the right to rule humanity as well. Among these monster lords was Aliphanes the Eighth, the dreaded and almighty Black Alice. Reigning 500 years ago, Black Alice was unpopular even among monsters for her extremely brutal, sadistic, cruel, and warmongering ways. Despite appearing childish and unassuming, Black Alice was easily I should have known that character design was 500 years old. Just, like, you take one look at it, and like, of course, duh. Black Alice was unpopular, strongest monster lord of all time, and quickly presented herself as a problem on her journey to rule the world. It was with great effort that the legendary hero Heinrich struck Black Alice down. and although he did not kill her, she disappeared mysteriously after her defeat. In reality, Elias saved Black Alice, keeping her in hiding for her own future schemes. Come the present day, during the progressive reign of Alice the 16th, and the beginning of hero Luca's quest towards coexistence, Goddess Elias has slowly grown tired of the antics of humanity. Believing their faith to be waning and her own power to be incomplete, Elias set the stage for a revolution with the hiring of 3 generals to command her siege of the surface. Seraphim Eden, Promisdine of the Seekers of Truth, and a preserved Black Alice of the Monsters. Her position to turn as many monster queens as possible against Luca's cause. Of course, Black Alice had virtually zero desire to aid the goddess and wanted all that power to herself. Thus, she slowly built up her army of rebellion monsters ready to take over Elias's new world. Is the entire document this size of font? Because I'm kind of scared. I'll finish the story time, and then I might skip around a little bit, just because I don't want to be here for 2 hours. Despite her efforts to thwart Luca by turning several of the monsters against him, she soon found... This is compelling lore, by the way. I am enjoying this. Backed into a corner, the hero having breached heaven itself, Black Alice and Promisdine make their move on the unguarded Elias, who had sent Eden out to dispatch Luca. Their plan, using a drug formed from the cells of Alice the First herself, involved injecting Black Alice with the drug and thereafter absorbing Elias to become the ultimate being of dark and holy energies. Surprisingly enough, the two succeed in overpowering Elias, Black Alice absorbing the goddess and becoming the ultimate being. However, through fighting Luca, who defeats each ascended form of hers after another, Black Alice finds herself decaying and before long dying before the hero. After defeating Black Alice's defeat, Elias emerges from her body, thanking Luca for defeating Black Alice after she allowed herself to be absorbed, knowing the hero would triumph. Bypassing the restrictions of combining holy and dark energy by allowing Alice to absorb her, Elias has imbued herself with the ultimate power, this time backed by the almighty strength of a true god. However, despite all this, Luca prevails. He strikes the evil goddess of light down and restores peace to his world once more. Throughout the course of the original history, there was simply one universal constant. A god cannot be killed, as their destruction would create a massive power vacuum in the universe. This power vacuum resulting from the death of Elias created one new casualty, a world without the goddess of light, creating a parallel world in the process. 30 years ago, there was an event that caused a massive divide between man and monster, the slaughter of Romina. The peaceful, monster coexisting city of Romina was completely destroyed by monsters for unknown reason, causing a great period of distrust and unrest among monsterkind during the reign of Alice the 15th? Oh, I thought this was later. This period carrying on until the adventures of hero Luca. However, in reality, Romina was not destroyed by the monsters. Romina was destroyed by Goddess Elias. She did this due to a particular experiment being conducted in the depths of Romina's laboratories. An experiment on Heinrich's sword intended to bring the legendary hero back to life. However, in this first parallel world, there was no Elias to halt the Romina experiments. The experiment carried on as usual, the scientists drawing something forth from the sword. The sword still stained with Black Alice's blood. It was there that Black Alice was ripped back into existence after having fallen before Luca in the original timeline. It was there that slowly coming to terms with what she has become after fusing holy and dark energies in the previous timeline, that Black Alice assumed her rightful throne as the first and only third god, the goddess of chaos. Using this newfound power, Black Alice annihilated the scientists of Romina and surged outwards from within the lab, shattering the world, splitting the timeline asunder, creating a Dramalek and the Apoptosis, and forming the Tartarus Rifts. This, the great disaster, was the single event that caused the creation of billions of parallel worlds, thrusting the entire multiverse into a horrifying, twisted mess. And thus, Alephys the Eighth, the most feared monster lord of all generations, ascended to godhood and claimed her birthright not only to the world, but all worlds. What is with the question marks? There was something about the question marks I was supposed to check. Oh, okay, it's showing that there's other text there. I'm not gonna do like, actual voicing of dialogue, because I can feel my voice giving away, and we've still got 2 more ideas after this. So I'm not gonna push myself that hard. God, that's so degenerate. It's fine, it's fine. Okay. Statistics. Innocently giggles as she walks onto the stage, inspecting her opponent as she sways her hands held to her side, a ghostly aura flaring up around her as she does so. Basic stand animation holding the teddy bear in her arms, giving an ominous wide smile as she sways her arms while giggling. Basic crouch. I also think I'm not going to narrate the animations as well. Like, she crouches by crouching, she walks by walking. Teddy bear in both arms. Kids with teddy bears are so creepy. Am I wrong there? Am I alone in that? I don't know what it is. Just the whole, like, idea of, I'm holding a living creature, but it's not, but I believe it is. Just that kind of Annie from League of Legends theme. Just ever so unsettling. Surprisingly heavy, despite appearance, it easily the lightest when stacked against her Monster Girl Quest boss counterpart. English contemporaries. Also generally slow moves, offering ample reward for breaking through staggering offensive, so aggressive. If she whiffs, she's going to get punished for it. Above average height. Very high damage. Possessing the stupefying numbers of Elias or Dremelic is extremely above the curve in terms of her damage output. Few attacks dealing below 10% and many leading into even more damage via her smothering presence and short-term combo and confirms. Also, ridiculously high kill power. Not as powerful as Elias. I believe this is referencing other movesets that OldManHan has created. So when it's, like, referencing these various other characters, that's because there are other documents of these separate characters. Can't really comment on those as I don't know the context, but that if anybody's curious, that's why. Shockingly early for the versatility and relative speed, most stray pokes from Black Alice capable of killing around 90%. Or, well, killing instantly, although that has its own caveats. So I very harshly punish the smallest mistakes, so be careful. Black Alice is chaos. Her gameplay is erratic. Erratic! God damn it! I mean, based on the design, it's probably rock as well. But it's erratic, terrifying, unpredictable, oppressive, and grows exponentially more dangerous over time. She revels in obliterating the fundamentals of the game and throwing her opponent's mind into the wildest of spaces, warping reality to annihilate opposition in unconventional manners. The entire game plan revolves around instant kills and stage control and timer manipulations. Timer manipulations? Timing the stock regeneration... What? Hello? She places upon her opponent and abusing her timeline manipulation skills to place her opponent back in his tricky spot before their stock reset? To Black Alice, her opponent's stocks aren't an indication of their inevitable defeat. They're merely a renewable resource she's free to play with and distort. Okay, you have my Huh. I almost want to skip ahead to see what the hell that's referencing. Despite her ability to completely dominate every single fundamental mechanic of the game, Black Alice is above all else a much more snowbally and initially averaged out variation of other characters. She can have some difficulty getting herself going if her opponent doesn't fall for her tricks and respect her zoning, and several of her own attacks have very detrimental side effects or paradoxical weaknesses if mishandled. In order to truly master the Monster Lord's ability, you must get deep into your opponent's head, make them fear your seemingly dominant and unfair tools, hide your weaknesses, play with supreme confidence. Take absurd risks whenever an opportunity arises and have fun. This character rewards sadistic gameplay. She absolutely isn't a character for the weak-hearted or the generous. This is no fun romp against a super boss like super heavy for her opponents, but a ticking time bomb of madness primed to erupt the second they turn their back. This is impeccably well worded. Like, it's very flowery, but it's in a fun way. Outside of ridiculous gimmicks, is a surprisingly patient and tactical fighter tailor-made to oppress her opponents into making mistakes and fearing her options, so that she can abuse her slower and more dramatic setup tools. She possesses a bevy of incredibly dominant pokes with decent speed and kill power, the most notable of which being Pretend Mage, her aggressive Sephiroth-like forward tilt, and Jump Rope, her incredibly disjointed kill-confirming down tilt. Her aerial game is equally frightening, colossal buttons such as Strumming Shackles, and... I'm not... Tsukishimoto? Actually, I think I nailed that. Cool. Denying insane amounts of the strain to her opponents while keeping Alice entirely safe on whiff. And while potent, these buttons will not flat-out win Black Alice neutral, as with something like Elias's forward air. She will instead have to rely on a smart combination of her tools. I would recommend it just from like from a presentationary like standpoint. It's not particularly useful to reference other movesets as it assumes that the other person has already read them. Like, doing something like this kind of forces you to have a set reading order, which makes it very hard to get into something like this. Like, I try to compare to, like you do here with Sephiroth's forward, like, tilt. Something that the person can already visualize in their head. Because I think I have checked out a few of your movesets on a whim. And it can be difficult to... I don't remember this at all. Yeah, just a suggestion. She will instead have to rely on a smart combination of her tools, each move generally filling a specific yet versatile role that grows all the more lethal when her opponent's other options are factored in. After gaining enough meter or otherwise having conditioned her opponent properly, can start to snowball out of control by sending risky time bombs on her opponents with Tea Party, Invitation, and Hot Potato, or these move names. Or otherwise controlling huge areas of the stage with her multifaceted, direction-changing comet projectile. Oh god, this is gonna be another Eldritch, isn't it? Okay! Once as she gains access to her coveted and blatantly overpowered Goddess of Chaos form, grows into a far more familiar game of domination. Gone the usual requirements for setup, because it gets ridiculously powerful moves and tools, all at the cost of a even worse disadvantaged state. And a very limited timer keeping the form from spiraling out of control. The timer itself is both the form's greatest strength and weaknesses. While it does put her on a clock, its mere existence allows for far greater strengths. It's extended its time. Okay, so there is like legit timer manipulation. That's fascinating. Okay, I'm not going to read these because like these are kind of covered up here. Gimmicks. Okay, time crunch. Most important is our chaos meter. A red-colored meter that begins manifesting under a portrait as it is filled, slowly distorting the portrait as it does so. Her aura grows stronger as the meter filled. I wish more characters did that. It's great when you have a visual representation of like a UI thing shown on your character itself. First and foremost, Black Alice's... So, feel the meter, you transform into the crazy demon of death form. First and foremost, attacks are categorized into 3 distinct attack types. Compressive, expansive, and existential. Compressive actively compress the timeline, typically dividing or subtracting the match timer by a certain move dependent... So it's not a... Hang on. Okay. Hold on. So, there is both a timer mechanic for the transformation, but also you can literally mess with the actual in-game, okay, this match is going to last 8 minutes. Okay. Okay. Expansive attacks release the chaos built up by timeline compression, adding time back onto the timer, and using the built up meter by... So using... If I'm understanding this right, we're using the actual match timer as a resource? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of love that idea. Being able to literally run down the clock, but also add time back to it. That's really interesting, not gonna lie. Functionally differently. The mirror band is used. And finally, existential attacks are the most wild of the bunch. Extremely chaotic attacks that will always culminate in one of Black Alice's signature Okay, so we also have instant kills, sure. These attacks generally use up meter and decrease the timer by a certain amount. The strength of the attack's instant kill varying depending on the amount of meter burned. Successful landing an instant kill from one of these 3 existential attacks will trigger 2 of Black Alice's... Okay, 2 more gimmicks, okay. We also got Existential Paradox and Parallel Division, of course. Existential Paradox, while requiring meter, are inherently powerful thanks to their instant kill properties. Because, sure! In order to balance out their potency, these attacks have a very unique property to discourage their use at lower percentages. Black Alice's opponent's stocks will regenerate after being terminated, the regeneration speed varying depending on the move and their current amount of meter. In addition, unless in our Goddess of Chaos form, okay, so yeah, write that down. We're gonna have to start taking notes. This will be on the test. Black Alice cannot win the match with these attacks. If she manages to land an instant kill on her opponent's final stock, the victory screen will be interrupted abruptly as her opponent's stock regenerates immediately, resuming the match where they left off. Okay, this is why I love these intensely complicated movesets, because as a whole, they wouldn't really work with Smash Brothers. They would need like their own separate games dedicated to being this extremely complex. But you'll get just fascinating ideas like this that can actually like function. And kind of just ask the question of like, oh yeah, okay, like there's more mechanics that we just haven't tried before. Well, if the stock regenerates, what's the point of landing an instant kill? Aren't you just screwing yourself over by undoing all your progress? Well, yes, unless you exploit Black Alice's freakiest gimmick. Parallel Division. This is where things start to get... Oh yeah, this is where things start to get really weird. Not before. This is where things start to get weird. Okay. Successfully performing an instant kill with one of Black Alice's existential attacks will save the current match situation as of her opponent's death. The stocked timeline presenting itself as a highlighted stage icon underneath Black Alice's portrait. Upon killing an opponent with an instant kill, their percent as of death is saved, plus whatever damage the instant kill dealt, their position on the... What? Their current amount of hit stun from receiving the hits, and the visuals hazards of the stage as of their death. The timer, position of items, and even the point of the current song the match was on at the time of their death. Their stocks are not saved and will retain across timelines as normal. While all of this is retained for her opponent, Black Alice's percent, meter, position, etc. is not saved. Using another instant kill after saving a timeline will simply overwrite the currently saved one. Okay. I think I understand. So the whole point of this mechanic is to get people up to a high percent, save that point of being at a high percent while instantly killing them, and then I assume there's a way of regenerating where that point was. You then get them at that same high percentage, but with the stock lower. I think I'm following. If so, that's insane. And probably broken, but such a fun idea. When stale struck one time at a time, she is free to recall the currently stocked timeline at any time and wait read zone, her down special. To make matters even worse, Rezone will not use up the timelines on use and instead save the match if it connects, essentially allowing Alice to swap back to the old timeline if she uses Rezone again, meaning she can suddenly switch back to a near completed match if she initializes the first swap near the end of the match. Confused yet? Not quite yet, but give me 5 minutes. Well, what's the point of reverting to your opponent's previous position and damage percentage, aside from suddenly snapping back to a previous location? Wouldn't that set back a stock? Technically, yes, but recall the existential paradox gimmick. Yeah, go back to your third column of your notes. Yeah, the existential paradox column. With the entire stock regeneration gimmick threatening to undo your instant kill progress, Black Alice can easily recall the moment she killed her opponent to regain all that damage she dealt. Her positioning, plus whatever damage her instant kill of choice dealt them, even if she misses out on the lost stock. Hell, their hit stun is even retained, allowing her to combo through timelines. With this mighty ability at the ready for the moment she lands an instant kill, Black Alice is more than welcome to make your stocks her playthings at her own whim. The only thing keeping this from being completely spiraling into the realm of stalling and breaking the game beyond repair is that the Black Alice does not recall her own stats. While this allows her to circumvent accumulating any additional damage from reverting to a stock she had high percentage in, it just allows her from resetting her own stocks and essentially resetting the state of the match as a whole, meaning that she's almost always taking a risk by using Rezone. Okay. Black Alice chooses to let her meter reach its maximum rather than spend it throughout the match on Express. Okay, so now we're back to the transformation gimmick. Just go back to the first column. The ghostly all-arounder body being to flare violently. The match will pause and zoom in on Black Alice as the aura consumes her, the screen distorting as she changes. She now hovers. She gets wings erupting from her back, one resembling an angel, while the other being a demon. Aura surges forward as she slowly lands on the ground. Electricity now swirling between her limbs. Notably, a sort of yellow energy from within will trail as she moves, almost similar to Luca as an angel form. Get a loud heartbeat, like droning, fills the air. That I wish more games just did this in general. Like, it really adds to dangerous transformations when you get like that. I'd compare it to the what's the Monster Hunter name? The Safajiva is like the thing that allows you to tell who it's targeting. And then whoever's targeting just hears a constant heartbeat in their head, just to realize that, oh god, this is bad, I'm about to be eaten. It's a fun little thematic twist. Okay, those various wormholes, still aesthetic. The timer will spiral into oblivion. Marching down at 10 times the usual pace and freely spiraling into the negatives. This, of course, never results in a timeout, and is a very clear hint that whichever timeline she currently occupies will inevitably be erased once she reverts back to normal. These drastic visual timer-based effects will also apply to whatever timeline Black Alice swaps into, allowing her to corrupt both timelines if she pulls off a Rezone while transformed. Of course. Black Alice's gameplay changes during this are obscene. Oh no. Not only does she gain huge buffs to her movement speed across the board, but several of her attacks are, of course, they're transformed into more offensively tuned variations with much more range and utility reminiscent of a character like those other characters that we don't have context for right now. Additionally, the meter will act as if it has infinite capacity. That's also fun. Like, transformations that let you use infinite meter are very, very fun. While these buffs are substantial on their own, against incredibly frightening ability to win the match from her instant kills, essentially making her Goddess of Chaos from a harrowing win condition that if she saves it for her final stock, but of course it's a double-edged sword. Not only must she refrain from spending her ever-valuable meter to reach this point and focus solely on building it, using this form only lasts so long and results in the loss of her stock after the time runs out. Only lasts 10 seconds. While she does have several methods to extend this timer, they are usually committal or insignificant and only delay the inevitable. Although, of course, it doesn't mean you can't just camp her out. She does have access to slower moves that substantially increase this timer. God forbid you let her. Whew. Once her time is up, she will hover in the air and giggle as the timeline implodes on itself, losing her own stock and completely erasing whatever timeline the match is currently taking place in. Switching to her other stock timeline on the spot. doesn't have any alternate timelines stocked, corrupt timelines, or hasn't used or Gods of Chaos exclusive variation of Reset that we'll get to later. A new timeline will be created if there is no extra timeline stored. Black Alice's opponents retaining their percentage such as normal before the timeline collapsed. The timer will reset completely here, though. It will reset completely. Okay. Black Alice is far more mileage after Gods of Chaos form by playing through her gameplay normally. A far less practical, insanely confident, or supremely evil could cash in or charge down special a 300 frame Goddess of Chaos exclusive move that essentially wins her the game on the spot with a ridiculously over-the-top cinematic. Okay, sure. I will say that these can't exist in the current state of the game, just because if you, for example, killed someone in the lower right corner of the Great Cave Offensive, and then just started charging it, there's no way any character's gonna get to you to prevent you from using a... It could be even, like, 500 frame attack. Like, there's enough space between you. Still a hilarious ability to have something like that exist. Okay. When she is transformed, her animations change. I'm going to start picking and choosing just a little bit because I don't want to go mad. When she crouches, she crouches. When she walks, and when she runs, she runs. Much faster than usual with all of these things. A little heavier. Much more comfortably as super heavy as she can be, faster and more just aggressive in general. Specials. Okay. These define her entire game plan more than your average character. Her 4 specials control the 4 axes of her entire game plan. Madness, pressure, stage control, and power. Rezone, Tea Party Invitation, and Comet form the backbone of the game plan. One gives infinite pressure, one allows her to do the timeline shenanigans, and one gives her stage control. Down special is... We've covered this. It resets to the last instant kill. 50 frames of startup, so it's hard to use. Just goes back to the point where the instant kill did not kill. Learning infinite range on the move immediately makes it a huge thorn in their opponent's side if they cannot stop it from activating it at any time. Okay, so incredibly annoying and jarring it is, maybe, for her opponent to simply be dragged through timelines in the moment for their previously instant death, or simply the moment she last used This would create fascinating, like, instances where you're both kind of camping where that instant kill happened, because to be able to combo off of where that move hit, the Black Alice player would have to be in the same area of that, which the opponent could read and kind of just ironically defend themselves to prevent some crazy combo happening. Whispering location last instant kill. Black must remember to get the combos between timelines. To use this move to capitalize on the damage enhancement where she has dealt with the instant kill. It's also difficult to execute on your own terms because it has a huge amount of startup. And given the potential massive drawback of your opponent regaining all the damage they took in the previous stock and potentially being comboed between timelines, they're not going to let you do that. If she is unable to get off Rezone, their stock regenerates, and she may very well... Okay, this has been feeling absolutely insanely broken, but that's... Okay, I'm kind of following now. So the instant kill timeline shenanigans stuff can very quickly snowball you the game, but if you fail to pull this off, you're giving the opponent a stock back for everyone you're taking away. And, okay, interesting. I am understanding this game when taking into account just the town special. Okay. Transformation form. It's 20 frames, becomes much faster, and can just change on a dime to kill you instantly. Okay, yep. But if you charge it, you can charge this, by the way, becomes 10th dimension. What the fuck? Damage. Pi to the 29th degree of 10. It's just casually doing as much damage as there are stars in the sky. I don't know if that's an actual true statistic, but it sounds good, so I'll go with it. I'm assuming this is the instant kill zoom and destruction. 300 frames, yep, instant death. Invincibility. Short love, consumed by chaos, spiral into 2. Yeah, this is just instant murder. I respect the work that's put into the describing the cinematic, but there's a lot in this moveset. I want to be able to get through all of it. Let her charge the move that she shouldn't get away with charging it. Everything dies. Just everything dies. Demon teddy bear girl consumes the world. Okay, neutral special. Tea party invitation. Also, remember, there are compressive, expressive, and existent. There are 3 types of attacks. This neutral special. Every time the button is pressed, you're capable of clapping up to 5 times. Each clap summons an item that slowly hovers. Are similar to Shadow Flare, the items ranging from teacups to teddy bears to forms. Up to 5 of these projectiles orbiting her at once. These items will remain between timeline swaps. Okay, so you're getting yourself a little leaf shield kind of deal. Remember, from 7 to 11 seconds after an item is stuck around, it will suddenly distort wildly and giving horrific features, eyes and tentacles and something of some sort that fits the item best. Exploding in a fiery balloon flare after a 13-frame delay. Explosion deals decent damage. Explosion deals decent damage. And since whoever hits directly upwards, killing at very high percentages with plenty of hits stun and shield stun to boot. Unlike Shadow Flare, which sees all the projectiles consecutively exploding in a chain reaction, each item will have a very consistent delay before following the previous and collapsing, depending on the delay between Black Alice's claps. So you can kind of time off the explosions that you want yourself. That's interesting. Again, I love these super complicated movesets because I don't think they really work when combined together, but you get really fun ideas like this being like, okay, let's time off exactly when these combo extenders are going to go off and see if I can follow through with when I want them to blow up. It's fun. Yeah, the revolution will always be completely consistent, essentially allowing Black Alice to program a string. Yeah, exactly. You can program your own string of commands. I always set up the first projectile at any time by holding neutral special by performing a curtsy at the projectile explodes into a much farther. Cancel the attack altogether and 7%, specifically 7% over meter. It's important that it's 7. To cancel the attack altogether and reset the projectile's delay timer with an entirely consistent 5-second delay, which can be done indefinitely to stall it, giving you half enough meter. Okay, I must be missing something. You're just planting the projectiles on yourself. What's the point of handpicking and delaying the order in which you barrage yourself with projectiles? The only real potential benefit this might have is setting up an item to exploding yourself to cancel end lag, but even then that's a fit niche option. Of course. She can stick them to her opponent all at once, performing a forward throw, landing an up special, or landing an instant kill. Will pair the items to her opponent, the items appearing on her opponent with their activation timer reset in the latter case. Oh god, so you time out when the items are going to explode, then you apply them to your opponent, which resets the timer, which then you have to count up to 19. And then you have to time around those explosions. Okay. You save the previous time, that means if her opponent has 2 seconds left in the items, she swaps the time, the items will have 2 seconds remaining on the moment she swaps. So the items do not follow the timeline swaps. They will explode almost immediately. Okay? Every time it's trapped your opponent, the sky's the limit. Depending on the delays, you can have them set up to a combo for another heap of damage, a steady delay for combos for normals, or very long delays for long-term harassment. How much damage do they do? These do? I remember seeing it above. 8.4, there's 5 items. That is what? 40% damage? That's too much. If you can just stick them to people, that's too much. I think that this is why I don't include numbers in my movesets. Because it's so easy for them to just be... Well, I mean, they're always going to be off. Like, you need to playtest something to figure out where numbers actually need to be. But that needs to be, like, 3%. Like, a timeable explosion you can combo into other moves, that needs to be lower. Fundamental specials, timeline, shenanigans. Kill first if you can't, take the hit or follow the pattern barrage, or delay the move as many times as it may take. Smartly juggling, one able to gain meter. Each clap gets meter. Okay. I apologize for the oversimplification of this, but you kind of need to. But now all of this changes when she is in her transformation god of death mode. These summon distorted voids nearer her opponent, which will circle them as normal with the typical delay in programming. All coming at the cost of Black Alice being able to manually collapse or delay the voids. Rather than simply detonating, can slowly cave in on themselves and explode. As reason across the stage, that's one will. As with usual special, you can use this time for great combos, great. Practically in most cases, the time freeze act is very similar to the usual hits in terms of what Black Alice herself can gain, all thanks to how the freeze moves. Alice can, for example, start. Okay. The battle is match freezing for everyone but Black Alice, and won't manage to get hit by them. Okay. So it freezes time. For half a second on hit. She can still move, but the others can't. Something else to note is the strength of these voids against shields. Well, they're basically... Okay, because of course they're great against shields as well. The former shield protection of all 5 voids connects sequentially. So you... Okay. This Starolu can listen to plot from the itself, and that leads to more spaced out patterns, the more optimally for eccentric. And this notice the colossal amount of shield damage Alice can deal with our guys. Go ahead. Forward. Combine this with the fact that... Okay, so... Once transformed, these rotating items become voids that, if upon hit, will slightly freeze time, allowing you to do crazy things. I typed July instead of August. Nope, I believe you, but I will bet you money. That's just because I copied and pasted the description for the last one. Where is the July? Oh, no, it's literally just in the title of the stream. Nope, yeah, that's just on me. Congratulations, you got me. Wahaha. Okay, get that back to August like it's supposed to be. Okay, yeah. Void stall time. Got it. Following. Comment. Side special. Alright, blue orb fires forward. Once charging finish. Moves slow, but it gets faster. Travels half stage. Stage and a half. Okay. Explodes. Size of Mega Flare. Does 15% damage. Oh, okay. That's right. Mighty Projectile. Upgrade spell in the form of Meteor. Agrees and have a reasonable startup. Deals very impressive damage. Can be angled at will. To keep up carrying far earlier than Meteor ever could. Very useful meteor burner. This is the meter burner. Okay. Although very slow-moving startup allows her to easily catch approaching opponents, while the extreme acceleration makes it effective for zoning and edge guarding. Do you really think that's that special, that simple? I was really hoping for a second. Inputting such a second time, well, it's already active, we'll see her ominously pointing towards the projectile and spinning an extra 10% meter, which will cause the comet to be frozen in time. Time-frozen comets behave differently from the standard, remaining active for up to 8 seconds while possessing a constant hitbox with lower outwards knockback. Upon persisting through timeline swaps, unlike the usual projectile. So you can set these up and swap the timeline and they'll still be there. And you can redirect it in any direction. Okay. Ability to freeze comets. Circular. Yep, you can redirect it and cause crazy shenanigans in that way. Pressure. Yeah, so you can, like, ring people with these neutral special abilities and then smash them with a comet that you can just instantly redirect into them. Doesn't seem to be a lot of possible counterplay to a lot of this, but the ideas are very fun to imagine. It can of course, it can also cancel out of any action she's currently performing. Sure, why not? And of course, once she wings up, large rift shattering. Tries to use size, press to launch forth from the way. What? So once she has transformed, this becomes a completely different giant phantom void boob lady who swings forward with a blade. Remains on screen for 5 seconds. Also retain an active hurt box. Absorbs attacks and can trap people in their own hit lag. Think Phantom, sure. And then she can redirect this thingy around. Charging in any direction of her choice. And without meter, because of course not. Just barrel across the screen in a mere 40 frames. Fairly slow to wind up, especially if fishing is for bigger hits. The distance she travels is extreme, or damage potential is colossal, and her area of effect is huge. It's extremely reminiscent of the Phantom. She can't quite set this thing up like a Phantom. She can still be rendered actionable just as she starts to move. It doesn't lag cancel. Oh no, it doesn't have the lag cancel. Although Black Alice can continue reposition in whatever direction she wants, therefore allowing her completely uncontested stage control. Up special. Kills at 110% instantly. Because this is a compressive move, as you see. Let's bury. Alright, so this involves the bear. This is where the bear comes into play. Almost doubles in size as it splits down the middle, launching a grotesque pink tentacle out of its stomach in a Sure. It attempting to sneer. Why is it grabbing the comets? Ledge, comet, or opponents. It's a tether recovery. Okay. Substandard farm on a bit below. Makes average end lag. Punishing shield pressure. Opponents into berries. Awaiting stomach sealed within. So this instantly kills because the bear just eats them at 110%. Otherwise, it condenses them into a throwable item. Alright. Bear herself becoming an item that Black is free to toss about at her leisure that the opponent forced to mash out to free themselves. I do love this idea a lot. I've combined this with a few of my other movesets. I think Waluigi It was like, okay, like, he uses the assist trophy he was trapped in to, like, trap them inside of it. It's also something how... It's also how I wish Yoshi's egg throw worked, that you could actually eat people and then toss them around. Definitely something I think should be in the game in some form. It creates a lot of interesting setups. Hey, frozen will trap within to take attack damage from all sources. Also, flat damage anytime it bounces off a surface. Throw her opponent exactly where she wants. Also means why to see her to edge guard from above. You tap through an opponent rather than the stage in certain instances. Line them to simply chuck them downwards as she makes her ascent, which will be seen later has some nuances of its own. The move does not place Alice into freefall, and she can use up special immediately after the barrier projectile is removed. Okay. To avoid egregious cheese, cannot simply KO her opponents by tossing Barry into the blast zone. That's screen wrapping towards the top blast zone, and resetting her opponent's mash timer. Okay, actually, that's actually cool, though. Like, being able to trap people in an item and immediately starting to jump towards the top blast zone, hoping that they'll mash out right at the top there so you can easily kill them. That's actually pretty neat. So you kind of force your opponent to try to mash at the proper time, which is interesting. Free movement manipulation prevention. Scales up specials and excellent tool of ability meter, gain 5% for each successive grab. Can also swallow the frozen comets. Okay, so move back to column 5 with the comets. Unless the comet returns to some turning buried into an item that can be preserved across timeline swaps, as with the timeline comets. Now it becomes a potentially permanent item that you can play with, dealing a set damage to high knockback, courtesy of the fireball within the bear. This is powerful in terms of combos and pressure, allowing ridiculous shield pressure peak-esque item combos, not to mention the Comet Gobble resets her side special, allowing her to freely toss out an active Comet all the while. So you can kind of empower the move by eating the projectile. I'm kind of mentally treating this less as a functional moveset on its own right, but more as a presentation of a couple dozen fascinating abilities that maybe in its own game could function in tandem with each other, but here, like, it is causing my brain to kind of, like, it's creating those creative sparks. Just kind of wondering, like, okay, like, what other character could use something like this? Like, are there other video game characters I know about that could, like, absorb projectiles and cause their abilities to become stronger? Like, it is creatively stimulating in that way, and I do want to give credit where credit is due there, that there are a lot of cool ideas at play here. Black Alice is only special... Oh, we got a special cancel, sure. This is the only true instant kill outside of the Chaos Goddess form. No stock regeneration nonsense attached. Okay? Oh, so this just outright kills. This isn't any of the weird gimmicks. If you get eaten by the bear when you're too weak, you're just dead. Okay. Okay. More trigger for sleep in the Chaos form is licensed for special performance. And mash the special button during any attack. A visual tearing effect. Ripping herself out of the animation and dashes a short distance. Okay. Loses 3 seconds on the form shift. So, okay. Well, let me actually try to make sense of this. The form lasts 10 seconds. So if you use this, you can basically only use this 3 times. But if you use those 3 times well, you can basically destroy somebody. Yeah, with the god, traditionally you can use it only 3 times. I also love how I've been completely ignoring just the timer effect. That's I also get minus 23 seconds from the match timer. Remember that, that's important. Okay. Anytime you're guaranteed to be used, use the dimensional compression for infinite time. Here you are limited in a way. Not all you need it. It helps seeing the farmers in general. If I see 3 paragraphs for a jab again, I'm gonna die. Shit. What do you mean 22% on a jab? If an opponent was in arm's reach, she clenches her fist and the opponent explodes very violently at the entire screen shakes. Good range, smidge of armor, and is one of the instant kills that causes the whole rezone thing to start. So it is an instant kill, but with the potential of regaining the stock. It's more of a combo extender. I feel so sorry if people are just joining the stream now. If it makes you any new viewers feel better, it'd be hard to follow even before. Black Alice's jabs are serious, close range tools, provides miserable speed. Just okay. Clench fist, die, explode. Got it. 1 year to full meter. Besides ability to threaten instant kills, Black Alice's jab is bizarrely enough for a potent feint. Due to killing your opponent with certainty on hit and outright whiffing, even against even shields. Person whiff jab on shield to trip her opponent. They expect your shielding. Punch attack blowing up in their face if you allow it ample time to grab them in their confusion. Okay. Similar to forward smash. Forward tilt. Smacks with the staff. Burns 25% of the meter. So sap, glimmering, smacked with the move. Succession, she keep the hat on her head and only remove it once she says another action. Long range disjoint, similar to Shulk's forward tilts. Low end lag, allowing her to brazenly swing. Can be used in conjunction with the time frozen comics to keep them stuck. So, short summon appear to be black button. Does not gain meter and drains it quickly. So it's a strong way to trap people, but not the best if you whiff it because you lose a lot of meter. Okay. Of course that's not all. Why would it be all? I was silly to think so. Oh no, this is just the meter burn. Okay. Has 20% more in reserve. Oh, but if you hold the inputs, it becomes Kaiser Phoenix. It causes an explosive flame to erupt from the tip of the scepter. Big range, explosive, much hurt. Okay, gotcha. Forward tilt while transformed just causes the entire arm to explode. Fractaling like glass. Pump split apart. 3 times. Expansion is fully angleable. Some lines for some very wacky patterns. Oh. Okay. Okay. No. Wait. Again, treat this like it's like a singular mechanic that's being put forward. So what this is you swing out the move. It creates an effect. Then at the end of that effect, you can swing out another move in a different direction. So kind of if Pikachu Quick Attack was a move you could send out in multiple directions. That's fun. That's fun. Just so you can basically chase people with the attacks, which is fun. Essentially endless, most notable. Yeah. Just basically describing what I just narrated. Okay. Also does significant shield damage because, of course. Down tilt is just a jump rope. Oh. Well, okay. So it's not a jump rope. A tentacle sprouts out of the arm and swings underneath her. Okay. gains meter, and can confirm into comments. If transformed, however, same thing. Is it full screen tilt? What the fuck? Ground across the entire stage wavers before shattering into cosmic glass, ribbons of decaying timeline fluttering through the air. Speed, parries would die for it. It's far stronger than healing a whole 45% earlier. Extremely wary of all times, a frightening bonus time for a multi-speed transformation. You managed to land the move down to the lone is to die for. All of these moves have been to die for. I want to be clear. All of these are ridiculously powerful. What is the downside of this? You're hitting price. Just nuke the stage. What's the downside? This needs a downside. Colossal end lag. Okay, if you read it and dodge it, 3 seconds of time loss. But you have the red shifting, so that doesn't even matter! You can just spam it 3 times! You know what this is? This is taboo off waves. This is literally taboo off waves. You have to dodge it 3 times, otherwise you're dead. I suppose with that timing, like, you literally dodge it the same way you do dodge off waves. That is technically dodgeable. But that's one thing she might do across the other dozen moves that you have options for in the Smash moveset. Okay, sure, let's move on. Burn meter. Adds timer. Remember, if she spams redshift, she flat out dies. I actually can't remember that because I straight out didn't. Shockingly, there's some things about this that I'm struggling to retain, unfortunately. Green Vine launches upwards, skewering above head. Angleable slightly to more easily snipe opponents. Can mash out after successfully spearing with the sweet spots. Oh, so this is Corrin pin. If sweet spotted, will skewer and slam down. Like, again, like, so much of this is too much. But, like, the individual ideas sound so fun. But I wish I had something like this. I think this actually is how I had Dark Matter do the down throw. But like that kind of thing where you skewer upwards and just kind of swing someone around. That's fun. Strong as anti-air. Moves incapable of hitting grounded opponents. Ability to angle is good. Move offers more utility. Strike down. Hurts much. She has enough meter, can technically loop the move into itself multiple times. Behavior for up tilt provides drag downs, has a special interaction with rep special. For whatever reason she may have for doing so, skewering the bear will drag the bear down, but that doesn't cost meter. Can also screw with somebody within the opponent, or if it's eating a comment, you can also use it as like a disjointed swing attack. Okay. That was a team of. Okay. That is cool though. Most of but it's important to a kit. Their arrows are incredibly slow across the board. Up tilt can do nicely, making up for generally one-dimensional nature. Visual is not. If she's transformed, it's now just faster. It's just faster. Dash attack is. Bare to chest as tentacles erupt from her dress. Sure. If the bear isn't present, she won't hold the bear. Okay. Timer goes. Yeah, harmlessly bouncing its shield, dealing substantial shield damage, annoyingly safe against most characters. Start of the third, start a frame, up from the last frame, it'll move sweet spot. It's this very special ability to completely destroy, nullify, and projectile in a wake with a small magical pop. If you destroy projectiles, you get meter on the spot as she landed a sweet spot against an opponent. Okay, turn to page 3 of your notes. This is important. This is how you get your meter back against zoning projectiles. The amount of times I have read immensely powerful is concerning. You can only have so many of these in any individual moveset. Every meters, dash attack is free opponent's harassment tool. Keep killing outright if she can land the sweet spot, and still enabling edge guarding if she lands the sour spot. The power use case and use burst friends to cast your opponent's sleep from incredible ranges. Well, true fault is an input dash attack keeping it from acting as effective Gallery tool. Something that she doesn't really have. So she can't abuse that blazing fast 8-frame startup to escape and juggle. Okay. Dash attack gains quite a bit of damage. Projectile is now gains staggering 3 seconds of time. Projectile brings out stretch as she slams her rear forward. Allow her to move and extend the duration and distance of the attack. Ah, so if she eats projectiles, she gets into the Goddess of Death form, which gives her more time. She'll also slam her ass at people, because of course. Over the ledge if she held, if she actually butt slammed. Okay. Dash attack, strong, eats projectiles, got it. Following. Heavy hitting air game, so generally her least fair attacks. Yes, these are the least fair attacks. Not the down tilt that hits the whole stage. These are... I hope my attitude is coming across in jest. Like, again, I think there's a lot of fun ideas being presented here, but this would be the most broken design. But I do think the ideas themselves are very funny. Neutral air... I might recommend here. Oh, they're slow. Okay, that makes them balanced. Sure. One weird effect. The activity in the range doesn't. I would recommend for these sorts of people keep saying MYM, which was what I think the last person that made Eldritch said. I would separate the actual like describing the animation for the move from the actual, like, function of the move, if that makes any sense. Because as it is now, I'm kind of just picking through paragraphs to figure out, okay, where's the part where this affects gameplay? Where's the part that affects gameplay? I think it might be more consumable to a wider audience if it's easier to see a smaller, okay, this is how the move works, and here, I'll describe it afterwards. Almost kind of like, you know how E3s will have video game trailers? You want to show them first, instead of describing them live. It's always so annoying when somebody on stage describes everything you're about to see in a trailer, and then you just see the trailer that does the exact same thing. You want to reverse that order. It's neutral. Just a suggestion, like, this still works, but it's harder to parse through. Okay, so this is an aura type of deal. A bit less range, the paladin is neutral air. It's 5 times. Scales directly with how much your meter is here. Average combat speed, initial tool, capable of doing incredible damage while stocked with meter. Again, like the initial idea of just, okay, there's this neutral air, and the higher your meter is, the bigger the ability is. That's fun in a vacuum. Excessive on any of the character given its ability to... No, yeah, no, it is. It is still excessive. This game remains balance. Oh, yeah. The use of the move simply drain meter and thus reducing the move's strength with successful use, forcing Black Isles to be tactical. is it has to aside from regardless of camera. Round upgrade into entirely new move, simply dumps all her energy into the same move, swirling bands of holy energy and shatter winding rapidly around her. She performs the move. No risk of draining meter. It's just big and powerful and scary. Okay. Forward air is hot potato. Time bomb. Briefly assumes a less HR Geiger 4th form. Pulls both hands back, chuckling in a sinister amount of clap the other grenade, the dark horse with the plume. So claps, explosive magic energy, fires from the hands, sending her backwards and magic forwards, similar to Corrin's back air. Okay. Use the powerful attack. Retract upper screen. Order is exceptionally powerful move tailored for use in advantage. Shot powers will be thrown about to smash stage. Like, if I was making a moveset like this, I'd split it into 3 chunks. First, just describing what the move does. Like, okay, this fires off a burst of energy forward while propelling the character backwards. Then I would describe it through animation terms, and then I would describe it through how it might be useful. Therefore, allowing people to essentially pick and choose what they want to read about things. Because most people can figure out the utility uses of something. Like, it's not always necessary to describe, although it does help to describe them, don't get me wrong. But separating the hey, this is what, in this instance, this move is useful, can help people consume the rest of the moveset more efficiently. Okay, so, launches forward. Okay, time, what's the time? Oh, sweet spot. Sweet spots! Sparkling will start to envelop their body, which will then explode. If it does manage to explode, it instantly kills them for the whole reverting time thingamabobber. Scares me to target. Forward air is far from available. Safe from with. Entirely separate shield. Back air. Shackles. Tentacles lashing downwards behind herself. Covering a giant space. Most brutal. Hits hard. Very slow. Ridiculous coverage. And spikes. Okay. Okay. Changes completely when it transforms, because of course. Don't worry, we're getting close to the end. We're getting close to the end. I see a high-dish in Magalord. I will throw out that I am very not fond of people going, okay, but we're kind of done with this. Like, this isn't about you. You get to view this as a bonus. This is about the person presenting. So please, a little more classier. Overall, Black Ops transfer range. Some people enjoy certain kinds of concepts, and it's important to realize that it's what you might not find fun, somebody else might not find your concept fun. That's just the nature of preferences. More important to support people with what they bring to the table. Okay, what was the difference here? Snaps back, first made by yeah, watching them. Just kills. It just kills. And she's back for some more finesse, offering. Hey, pictures! Yes! I think that is a big part of why this might start feeling just kind of samey. I definitely recommend trying to find more, like, if you don't have, like, actual commissioned artwork like this, just find, like, similar moves in Smash Brothers or Multiversus. Well, you can't find it in Multiversus right now, but you know what I mean. Just find a similar move in a similar platform fighter and use that as an example, you know? Up air, slash with sword, very much like Sephiroth's. Hurts a lot, kills if held instantly for the thingamabob. The whole rezone go back to the start of the stock. The face front back of copies repair, nearly identical in frame data. Allows her to freely ladder if she can space it out correctly. And as she charges it, that's what murders. Okay. Down air, crescendo, spikes. Flip herself right down, staring down with the usual wide-eyed grin as she chops her arm horizontally directly underneath her, leaving the palm as she does so. Satisfying 2-hit spike. Okay, so swings her arm down, which is the first hit, explodes for the second hit. Here comes to play the shielding the time she's locked in sack. If she whiffs. Okay. It's the mutant giant with shields 1% for every 10 frames of activity. Oh. Okay. It's for entirely 60 frames. But Dreams meter as she does so. That's not an important route. Rev shit or such an essential dream, but high, of course. Slash attacks! Sorry, I know I'm skipping heavily now, but my brain's going. Okay, stronger, charge, fire, swings arms towards body, clenching fists, explosion. Okay, fire up forward explosion, size of Mega Flare. 1.8 damage buff at full charge. Like, I will outright say I don't like differences such as this, because this type of thing just isn't communicatable to the average player. Like, this stat is different just for it to be different. Doesn't really work unless you are communicating. That's like I compare Shulk's Metal Arts as an easy example of that. You're changing something that people can see, so you know that there's more damage behind this than you'd expect. You never want to sacrifice a player's ability to know something, because this is the kind of thing that you would only ever know if you, like, actively calculated how damages are adding up in training mode, for example. Also, he gains an exceedingly amount of meter because, of course. Okay, that resident completely safe on shield. Plus pass 55% meter. Most can kill move. Particularly great for utility. Strike 5%. As you're shielding the opponent into a perfect lose-lose nature where dropping the shield ends with them dying to forward smash or otherwise granting her huge amounts of meter or dying. So if they're shielding, you're essentially letting them choose between, okay, do I die or do I give her meter, which is kind of an obvious choice, honestly. And if they hold shield, they... Isn't particularly great for you to... So, hang on. It's safe on shield. It breaks the shield. That is too much. You can't have all of those things. Up smash, lambda spark. Tilt reveres. Column space. Palutena up smash. Hey, there we go. Okay. Charging attack significantly increases the amount of time the tank clears as well. Width of eruption in turn, you can hit slightly behind at maximum charge. Sure. That would be a hilarious way to spin a set from 0. Lingering smash attacks as well aren't in the game for a reason. Because having that much damage hit you while you're... It's because of spot dodging, right? Like, you gotta be able to dodge those things and counterattack. If you can't do that, you're kind of... You're dead. There's no counterplay to that. Especially for an up smash. That's it. Dodging is your only option in the air. Yeah, the strongest possible shield break punish at full charge. And then, oh, no, it's... But you can still dodge Palutena's up smash. Like, the dodge frames last long enough that it doesn't hit you. And if she's transformed, it causes a gigantic lightning bolt instead, causing a huge explosion. Down smash, pirouettes, and sends tentacles everywhere. Kills at a actually reasonable percent. But it also changes wildly depending on how long it was charged, akin to forward smash, because it causes more hits of the move. Okay. Just keeping in mind throughout this entire thing, there's also comets that you can just send in any direction that you can immediately cancel out of any move. Okay, grab is push. It's just a grab, right? Oh, no, of course it's not. Pushes to the ground and sits on top of them because this is... I hate this side of anime so much. I despise it. It's not even the horniness, it's just trying too hard. Like, I don't mind being titillated, but work for it, you know? It's the equivalent of trying to annoy somebody by stabbing them. Like, yes, you did get the reaction, but there was kind of... you didn't have to... You took the simplest option. It's fine. And it's a kill. We use our essential attacks. Throw instant kills, sure. Very slow. Of course, the pummel will heal as well. Okay, but like, disassociating from this for a second, I wish there were more things like that, where if you... Things like Wario's Bite or Robin's Nosferatu, healing back percentage is such a fascinating balanced tool thing in Smash Brothers. And barely any character uses it. It'd be fun. I wish more games had it. Sends them off, shoves for the forward throw. Okay. This is the one that instant kills. I think. No, it is not. But it is the combo tool because you can throw other things out after it. Sephiroth's thing is what this one is. Deals a lot of damage and instant kills. So that's the instant kill one. Up throw. The animation to the forward throw, just throwing them upwards. Down throw throws them into... Oh, no. Open underneath them as various creatures grab them, dragging them downward into the void. Before... Oh, that is a cool animation, though. Like, imagine some sort of, like, Ganondorf or just spoke... Like, maybe like a Fire Emblem Dark Mage. Just pulling a character down into a wormhole on the ground. They take damage, and then a scene erupts behind them and launches them out. That is very cool. Here's a string of Black Alice. Down throw is an incredibly strange attack. Once the first action lands in the match. If it's the first move, it does 40%. And it regenerates your opponent's stock after a whole minute and a half. But only if they haven't taken any attacks from her prior. Again, it's too much, but the ideas are so funny. And I think I'm going to skip over to the stage and extras, because there is a lot here. And we've been talking for a while, and I can feel my voice really leaving me right now. So obviously, it is. I'll read the conclusion. The unattainable goal, the impossible project, the true enigma of a moveset I've chased for years is finally complete. My trifecta of movesets is complete, and so am I. And ever since I started these, I wanted to make Black Alice, completing the trifecta of boss-like movesets, each one sharing similar moves and properties. And I didn't know how to start with this one for the longest time. This has slowly changed focus over time into my ultimate moveset. Over to the commissions began flowing, especially the one for Satoshi herself. My goal was certain I have to make Black Alice my greatest moveset yet. Luca may be upcoming, my largest moveset. I highlighted largest? Are you serious? It's a feast of staying, combining everything I've learned from MYM. Every single move in her kit holds a distinct purpose and function. Actually, the entirety of her kit, every single move draws some sort of distinct reference or source material. No matter how niche and heck I look forward to manage to even name them all. And that will top this one. However, with some example, what goes to plan flows well. Black Alice is the opposite case. Her moveset doesn't feel nearly as direct, instead focusing on multiple things and abilities rather than focusing on a single mechanic. Took months to write. That I believe. Definition of development hell. Pour my soul into this set is what hopefully the crown achievement on my work. Alethys the 8th, the goddess of chaos, Black Alice. I do want to applaud the insane amount of work that went into this. I think it's definitely too much, incredibly imbalanced in many different places. But, like, if you break it down, there are so many fun ideas on display here. Like, I love the idea of a character that actually kind of messes with the timer. I love the idea of someone that can take a snapshot of how the stage was and bring it back to that point. I love the idea of a meter that you can cancel out of that, but actually actively will kill you if you use it too much. I don't think they should all be on the same character, but those are all fantastic ideas and can be built into so many different areas, and I do genuinely want to applaud that. Okay, we have 2 more for today, and these are both new members to the channel. Well, actually, technically that one was as well. All right, let's move on to this next one. I'm gonna let the nice music play for a second. Most of you can probably recognize this. But let's simplify things down a little bit. And talk about Multiversus. Remember that game? It's been a while. I also messed up the overlay, and Shaggy is underneath the boundary, but that's fine. That's fine. His elbow's just getting cut off. You know, I am actually going to center this better. There we go. Well, hello there again, peasants. Camp is back again with a more Thank you. A more digestible collection of concepts based on a game that I personally find enjoyable. A game that takes advantage of a lot of properties and gameplay that people love and does something new with it. A game that millions of players far and wide have enjoyed a lot. Multiversus player count is dropping near to 100%. Huh. That's quite something. Well, I mean, it can't be that bad, right? The news tends to over-exaggerate this kind of thing anyway, right? Games shutting down will return next year. Well, it's not exactly a secret that Multiversus, Fighting Game of the Year 2020... I forgot about that! It beat KOF! Oh, yeesh. DNF Duel and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is no longer available to download and has dropped significantly in terms of relevance and player count. Hell, you can't even play online anymore. Doomers are feasting right now as another live service game presumably goes down the drain, another victim of the 2023 live service game massacre. However, to a fault, I remain I cannot stress how much I am appreciating larger text fonts. Like, completely removed from anything else, it does make it a lot easier on my part just to narrate for hours and hours on end if the text is just bigger. I can glance back at chat and not lose my place, you know? However, to a fault, I remain optimistic in the face of cancellation and delay because I think this is a let them cook moment. Leaks have already shown they have begun work on a few very highly requested trio of characters that will launch with the re-release of Multiversus in early 2024. And if Office Talk is to be taken seriously, we could be in for some crazy characters down the line. LI received a story not too long ago, and they were asking about interest in story mode. Please, you need this. It drives me nuts when a fighting game releases without anything like this. Like, you realize that more people do the single player. You just completely sacrifice so much of the casual audience if you don't have this. People want to play these games single player. Anyway, a quicker cadence with stages, more gameplay modes, and of course, character releases. Actually, no, I'm not done here. Imagine how fun a Multiversus story mode could be, because it could be designed around co-op. And you could have unique little character interactions throughout the story depending on which team of characters you chose. That'd be so fun! Okay, I'm done. A quicker cadence with stages, more gameplay modes, and of course character releases. So it's clear that the devs are passionate and want to make something amazing. But considering the company that they have to work under right now, I'm not surprised that there were some parts that weren't in their control. Update, the game really is not dead. Player First Games tweeted this out recently. It has been a few months since the open beta concluded. Work on the game has been steady and going well. It makes us excited to see the enthusiasm from players sharing what they are looking forward to when Multiversus returns. Thank you for both of your support and patience. Even Chettiest Cruz from the Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl team voiced his support. Take all the time you need. I eagerly wait being blown away by what's in store. Based. Platform fighters need to compete to be better, but having this more encouraging discourse makes it better for the fans of both sides. Safe to say that my woes concerning the game have waned a bit since I first made this document. Sounds promising, but I really hope they address some of the issues concerning content and the free-to-play aspect. While in its prime, I made some movesets for some pretty out-there third-party characters that could be included in the future. And admittedly, if rumors are to be believed, other companies wanted in on the action too, which is just wild to me. I've included 3 Multiversus movesets here, which I only did because of how very short the concepts are compared to my Smash movesets. Duke, you are also free to only go through one, if I'm pushing my luck in some way by doing this. I'll see how much long they are and judge from there. Immediately I compiled them because I had them all ready to go, and I still need to work on some bigger ideas I've had, and I haven't been around since December with Xbox Arena, so in lieu of the game being gone until next year, I am assuming this is a link. Yes, the gumshoe. I approve. Columbo has been in the detective business for a very long time, specifically for homicide cases. His methods of finding the truth are unconventional, to say the least. While he may have seemed dim-witted and naive on the surface, deep down he is cunning and planning the right moves to make the killer slip up and eventually be taken into custody. He is an assassin. Hybrid orientation. Where Velma fills the niche of methodical detective work and collecting evidence, Columbo is about pressuring the opponent into making mistakes so he can catch them. With his naivety being the central focus of his character, most of his regular attacks are him hurting or annoying the opponent by accident, while his specials are focused on sealing the deal by applying a new status effect, Fluster, explaining passive abilities, as well as a trap card move that requires meter to charge. Neutral attack is a chargeable smoke cloud from smoking. Air just claps in front of himself with gloves. Side attack whips out a notebook in front of him while writing notes, then leans forward while still writing. Then points the pencil in front of himself. God, this is just another Phoenix Wright kind of moveset. I'm so here for it. Aerial, he offers a lit cigarette to his opponents, provides 1 stack of Ignite. Up attack, I don't know, Columbo shrugs his arms above himself, puzzled, chargeable. An up attack, Columbo does an exaggerated scratching of his head above himself, hurting the opponent with a rapid arm motion, chargeable. Down attack throws out a cigarette and stomps to put it out, can spike, chargeable, and breaks armor. And for the down attack, does a clumsy flip in the air, it takes a good bit of wind up, but is a strong spike. Neutral special is my wife told me. Enters a counter-like state, and if hit, he remembers the move that he was hit with and makes the character flustered. Can be used 3 times but needs a lengthy ammo cooldown for each use. Side special, Something's Been Bothering Me, is able to cleanse himself and his teammates. Unlike Wonder Woman's down special, does not provide armor but instead gray health. More gray health is reward. Oh, that'd be great with Iron Giant's gray iron spike thingamabob. Forensic evidence, Columbo has the boys at the lab run up a report on an opponent. If successful, the opponent is stricken with damage. If flustered, they take more damage. The lengthy animation makes it hard to land, though. And in the air, Columbo gets a lift from the station as a police helicopter lifts him upwards. His teammates can hop into the helicopter to pilot it. Opponents are damaged by the I also just adore the moments in Multiversus that let you pilot different things. It's such a fun way of creating more of an identity for that game to compare to other platform fighters. And down special is just one more thing. Big trap card move relies on meter charge. When fully charged, he says the line, just one more thing, unleashes a powerful blast when explaining how you were caught. You see, Black Man, there's just no way you could have got on a secret HQ. I have no idea what his voice sounds like. Nice cars, a dozen gadgets, so if yours without some major form of funding behind it all. Does Wayne Enterprises ring a bell to you? You know, Gotham better do than I do. So I figured I should ask. That was like 4 separate voices, just gradienting into each other. Alright, so what are those passives? Fluster is a debuff status that causes characters to mess up attacks for a Oh! So it actually messes inputs? They try to throw out a side attack and it becomes a neutral one? That's fun! That's way more fun! Okay, cool. And then just perks, his meter build, flusters for longer, and evidence deals stronger knockback. Taunts is just him being smug, smacking himself in the head for making a mistake. That'd be a really fun taunt, not gonna lie. And just calls his wife to let her know how the match went and ask her how her day's been. That's adorable. Got the skins there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, you know what? I'll give you the one full covering, and I'm just gonna kind of breeze through the other 2, because after Columbo, I gotta know what the other 2 are. So, Jonesy, sure. I'm not going to describe the description, because literally everybody knows who Jonesy is. Expert Assassin. Fair's rare weapons and gadget has the ability to provide benefits to his team, since after all, this is pretty much a duos match on different grounds on the island. Provides health and shields as well as building cover. It's the sniper rifle, so he can shoot very far. I'm also going to change the music to something I want to listen to. This was not in the playlist, but I know it exists, so you're all listening to it with me. This is actually leaked from the game, by the way. Just the Mordor theme. Just casually there. Okay. So a lot of range stuff, because, you know, guns. Special... I'm curious about the specials. Directs a medkit at his teammate. Also acts as a limp projectile similar to Iron Man's scrap if it hits somebody else. But in the air, it's a shield potion. For gray health. Side special is grenades. Makes sense. Grenades are grenades. Everyone knows how those works. A special allows him to easily spawn near the top blast zone and leaves a rift behind for both teammates and opponents to use. Okay, so just a vertical version of Rick's portal. That's fun. That's fun. In the air, it's just the glider to lower his fall speed, which teammates can bounce off of. Fun. And down special lets him build walls and ramps, depending on if he's on the ground or in the air. Which he generates materials for by... Oh god, he's Steve. Fuck. Sorry, I'm starting to get into, like, work mouth. I'm swearing a lot more. I apologize. I'm sorry. That Black Alice tired me out so much that I'm starting to get into, like, steelyard exhaustion of just like, okay, yeah, I'm at my work, I'm doing my duty here. Let's just, yeah, get out of my way. Alright. So yeah, he generates materials through the use of his pickaxe. Can also headshot enemies with his gun attack, similar to the backstab mechanic if he hits them in the head. That's actually very fun. I like that. Taunt is like... Duh. Is this up in the running for the most widely known taunt in video game existence? Because I think it might actually be #1. With the exception of maybe Minecraft's teabagging. Well, no, there's also Halo teabagging as well. But, like, it's definitely top 5, without question. Whose animation just has him die. Skins are just all of them. I'll tell you that materials only built through... Oh, okay. Good. That's a lot more engaging then. You can't just camp and farm for materials. Yes! Oh, hell yes! Never would have considered in a million years, but... Okay, no, I'm reading the whole thing for this one. Longtime outcast, former villain turned hero, all about the presentation. I love Megamind so much. As a baby, he was raised to be bad. It was always in his nature, or was it? After defeating Metro City's greatest hero, Metro Man, he underwent an existential crisis and created a new superhero to fight, Titan. However, Titan went mad with power, leaving Megamind to become the hero he was destined to be. With the imminent threat of the Nothing looming over the multiverse, his expertise in gadgets and technology will come in very handy. Oh god, like a DreamWorks expansion pack of just Megamind, Shrek, Miguel and Tulio. God, even just a DreamWorks platformer. That'd be so cool. He's a mage and ranged, of course. Horizontal orientation. He utilizes various gadgets in his moveset in order to mess with the opponents and win the day, focusing on disrupting opponents by annoying them with the tools he has on hand. However, if he is unable to use these tools properly, it leaves him open as hand-to-hand combat is not up to snuff. That cape swap tucks in his cape and slices forward with it, chargeable. Air is a spiked shoulder tackle. Movement has a cooldown like Finn's armor break property on his neutral air. So we can keep using it, but the actual movement can only be used so many times. Side attack, his gauntlets are on. Uses mechanical gauntlets to jab the opponent with his left hand and his right. And for his air one, it's a forward headbutt, which is his strongest physical attack because of the sheer size of his brain, which does spike. Points up and raises his arm, pointing up at the sky, all about the dramatic flair. From the up, the bicycle kick. His quick bicycle kick over his head with his right leg. Down attack is the flick kick. Mega Man kicks in front of himself with his right foot, similar to Ness. His down tilt and smash, very limp, but comes out quickly. And then for the down air, it is similar to Snake's down air and smash, definitely not as strong, though. Alright, specials. Ground. Brain Bot Leech. Summons a Brain Bot and flies it forward. If it attaches to an opponent, it will deal non-flinching damage for 3 seconds before exploding and sending the opponent to the side. If it attaches to an ally, it will provide light healing over 3 seconds. This move has an ammo count of 3. But if it's in the air, he will summon many Brain Bots as he is in his arsenal in order to stand on top of them before charging forward. The damage and knockback scale with however many Brain Bots he currently has. It works as a quick get-off-me tool or a last resort recovery move. Side special is the Dehydration Gun, which is a laser that charges up and then is fired, covering a decent distance. Think Velma's neutral special. Deals no knockback and cannot be angled, but it applies a decent amount of damage and 3 stacks of Dehydrated. Triggers a cooldown after use. Of special is the Hover Bike. Calls in the hover bike and begins to drive it around for 5 seconds. He can fly upwards by a little, but not much, since the bike only hovers. He's able to pick up teammates in the air by catching them and letting them hop on the back, allowing them both to return to the stage. Triggers a cooldown after use. Similar to ground, but it slows his fall and has a lengthy animation before he fully mounts onto the bike and cannot move upward. And then down special, he scans in front of himself with his watch. When the move is used again, he transforms into the opponent, but with his green eyes, and has access to their regular attacks. However, they are weaker in both damage and knockback since he is only disguising as them. Using this on another Mega Man player has the same function as Kirby trying to copy another Kirby. This disguise lasts 10 seconds. So kind of like Arya's disguise face, but more of a not permanent, but a longer term, let's use their abilities for a second, instead of the single-use attack that Arya does. And what's Dehydrated? Able to turn a new stat faculty Spice Special? With 15 stacks, they are turned into a small glowing cube that can be picked up and thrown. The stacks are added when they hit with an attack, bouncing off a wall, like Tasty. His physical attacks have reduced knockback, which makes them decent for combos, but not as good for KOs. Duration, more damage, probably 6 stacks of Dehydrated. Multiple brain mats can be attached to one opponent to deal more damage, as well as allies to heal recover faster. And the bike slide. This is a slow Akira slide that deals decent damage and knockback. One time he tries to look intimidating by hiding behind his cape, but fails miserably. And for the second, he starts dancing in place, mimicking the scene where he takes over the city. Gotta have that certified DreamWorks expression. God, what a perfect character choice. And of course Minnie would be the announcer. Because why not? Damn it, Camp, I legitimately want this now. A teaser for an upcoming... I see Octodad. Is that Knights, I think? Guacamole's right there. So, Indie versus Sega, maybe? Or maybe just Indie in general. I don't know. Cool teaser for new project. Check it out if you wish in the document. But that's a fun breath of fresh air. Like, obviously, Multiversus kind of shat the bed a little bit, but I really did love so many of the ideas it was bringing to the table. The various different passives of stacking effects, be it freezing or burning or the Taz's tasty thingamabobber. There's so many fun ideas there. Specifically designing characters for interactivity with each other. That's a lot of fun. And just the crazy potential character choices are so good. Like, I really want Multiversus to succeed. I desperately want it. I know it's been kind of been tainted in people's eyes due to just how it was handled in the first place, but I don't want to blame that on the development team. The company they work for, I'm sure, wasn't being very helpful. And I hope with the proof of how many people were initially interested in it, Warner Brothers recognized their mistake and is willing to give them another try with the actual resources they need to keep something like this going. But we shall see. And no matter what happens with it, it is still so fun just to brainstorm about it. So thank you, CamptheMVP, for sharing this. Okay. Oh, it wasn't Knights, it was Spark. Oh, okay. I have no idea who that is. But good to know. Oh, no. So I went to get the last idea set up, and this is what I see. Hang on. Just to be overly dramatic. Nope, went too far. I think I'm going to call it for this respective stream. I will start next episode with this one, but I can't. This will take me hours. I can't. I am genuinely interested in the idea, though, so I will give it the time it deserves. This is by Ferality, and it's an actual, like, full-on video game concept, which is why I imagine it's so fucking long. But I think we're going to tackle that behemoth next time. Just for the sake of my own sanity, because I have been talking for 4.5 hours, and I can't. Camps was a nice, like, coasting down to landing, but I'm starting to feel my throat go out. I need a nap. Fourth concept by Feraldi, he is rather lucky. No, he's a member. It is one of the perks. Well, to be fair, it's the only perk. I'll be honest. I don't do anything with that apart from this because I just haven't been doing much on the channel lately. Even though I'm exhausted, I really needed this stream. Just been really crazy lately. Trying to get ready to go back to school, and that is a exhausting process. But I do always adore these streams. It's so cool seeing all the various creative things that people do, and I feel like that was such a perfect way of showcasing that than just comparing the 3 different Olimars. Just being able to see how different people will tackle the same concept. Just people are, you guys are so cool. You also had the creative Luigi and Yoshi idea. Nero was fun. Black Owls broke me, but there were a lot of cool individual ideas there, and we got to remember that Multiversus exists. That's always nice to remember Multiversus exists. Hopefully, it comes back at some point, and it's worth it. Alright. But until next time, guys, I will see you then. Thank you for watching.